Miss Pretty Medley May. Let's see. As that loads in. Well, I don't remember where this was. At all. They started taking their time. I thought there was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. Oh, that's right. I forgot Winter and Gavil showed up. Ayo, 11. Wow, 13-month streak, 60 months total. Thank you so much, Monokuma. That's so cool. That's so awesome. On top of the 100-day streak, that's pretty impressive right there. You got streaks on streaks. Everyone's got streaks on streaks. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. Interesting that they're going with Eustace for his name, by the way. Happy to support. Thank you. I'm happy to have the support. It means a lot to me, truly. I mean, especially since I have to deal with this man here. Eustace. I went the race to find Delicia Scode, and here she is. So this is the only Eustace I ever think of is Eustace Bag. And, you know, personality-wise, if Eustace did have a son, I kind of would imagine he'd be like this, just completely unbearable and unhinged. Let's see. Hello, dearies. This lovely Amanda said you wanted to speak to me. So, has she not aged in 18 years? Is that the joke, that we just have no idea what her age is? She must be ancient at this point. Delicious, go prepare the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer at your service. You gotta go to the dentist yesterday? How did that go? As someone who currently works at a dentist, that is hyper interesting to me. I know too much. I know a lot and I know too much. Delicious to my pals, even Miss Delicious sometimes. Okay, she already had this intro before. You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. Alright, Winnie Pooh, whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, Derry. I can really do a UK accent very well. Much for call me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles. What is it, everyone getting Miles? Such crazy nicknames. If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do. Oh, hoo, Greggy Peg's leg boy. And I'll grow up too. Makes me feel my age. Why don't you? I wonder just how old she is. Didn't the dad have the same thought? Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Oh, yeah. What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Well, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. I guess that makes sense on opening day. We've been fast friends for 18 wow, fast friends, you say? 18 years, you say? Interesting, because she had just joined the contest, like, that year? So how long do they know each other before, if at all? Let's see, no one's going to stop me from visiting her now. Are they fast friends or co-conspirators? We'll have to see. I understand you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the intermediate aftermath of the attack. Oh, I didn't do much, really. Just whipped out a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Whipped out a quick antidote! For the dear- who's the dear old doctor? Wow, you can make an antidote just like that, right? A little suspicious. Having tooth pain in the back, okay. A big filling came out and they had a look at it and basically told me I can do a lot to fix it, but it may not work. The damage is too far and pretty much into the nerve. That sounds, yeah, you're gonna have to get it pulled. That makes sense. Unfortunately, the tooth behind that one is damaged near the gum area. Very tricky spot for the tooth to be at. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds like it's gonna be an extensive fix. If it's in the back, it's already a really hard area to get to, and especially if it's getting down to the nerve. Apparently, it looks like they're not able to do a root canal and crowning if they're having to pull it, and that means if the back tooth there, it's not gonna be stable. I mean, at most, they might be able to do something like, you know, where they have like a... If the back tooth is stable, they could do like a bridge where they kind of fill in that spot with a fake tooth a little bit and they would cement it down. Or you could have a partial where they would just have the little clasp around the tooth, so you'd still have a tooth there, it would still fill in the spot, but it wouldn't shift the teeth. It sounds like you might need a partial either way, especially if you don't want to do anything like an implant, which those are really expensive, but a partial is what a lot of people do for like just to have some grinding, something in the back there. Oh, but that is a lot of work, and the big filling came out too. Ooh, hopefully it's not too painful and they're able to get you fixed up really quickly, but that is a lot of work that'll need to be done. That's at least, I don't know what they told you, but it sounds like it's got to be at least like 2 to 3 visits minimum, especially if you're going to have to take care of the back tooth as well, excluding any sort of partial. You have to go back in and get all the like, oh, what's your shades, and do all this other work. It's a whole thing. So hopefully you don't have to, maybe it won't come to all that. Maybe they'll be able to like, maybe they'll get in there and it won't be as bad as they think. Because sometimes that's what it is, where it's like sometimes you just don't know until you're in there how bad it's gonna be. So you kind of have to just wait and see. It's like one of the really annoying things. So the x-ray can only show you so much. Like it can show you some of the damage or it can show you this. And sometimes it's way worse than the x-ray is showing. And sometimes it's like, oh, well, this was just like a little thing and the x-ray just didn't show how little. Has always done really great work. But I usually have a lot of faith in them. Yeah, that's good to have. It's as long as you're not going to someplace like an Aspen Dental or one of those big corporate dental places, you'll usually be in pretty good hands. I don't want to say, you know, all around, but the more private practices, even though a lot of them would be outside of insurance because insurance is super annoying to deal with in that they don't pay out anything, so the place isn't making any money, which is really unfortunate. But those smaller practices don't want to do any unnecessary work that you don't need, so they're only usually going to recommend stuff that you actually need. But then again, if it ever like looks too much, a second opinion's never a bad thing. Like you could just go and say, oh, I wanted to check out a different dentist and see what they said. Just like get a baseline. Like, is the stuff matched? Does it compare? That usually helps. But it sounds like your dentist is pretty solid, so they'll be able to give you some good work here. Oh, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That is a lot to have to deal with there. Especially if it's all the way in the, oh, the bag's not where you want to mess with. Especially since you don't want to have to reduce any, you don't want to lose more teeth, because the more teeth you lose, that bone in your jaw starts to erode because there's nothing keeping it in. That's why implant crowns are A, so expensive, but B, so, like, solid for what they are, because putting that post in the bone means it doesn't erode. Yeah, that's, I mean, hey, I'm not a dentist. This is just all the stuff that I've learned while working at a dentist. None of that's, like, medical advice. It's just interesting to see, like, how that all breaks down. Let's see. Oh, yes, dearie. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. I really hope we get a dentist in this game. I feel like that'd be really funny. Get a dentist on the stage. We're much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to a hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. That's up to you, Jeannie. That's up to you, Jeannie. And you know the victim is delicious? Oh yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. I don't believe that. I don't believe it's been 18 years. Apparently he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure? Oh yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said. Does that mean Gusto won the tournament? I mean, I figured they would have had to delay it because of all the death. So the old dog really went to Zhang Fa and upped his game, just like he said he would. I don't know, I need to compare his past and current work. Perhaps we could proceed to the matter at hand, Miss Scone. You're familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, dearie. You use it to get rid of you-know-whats. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why I don't sell it in the shops. I'd ask you what you mean by you-know-what? The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures? Why is she sweating about talking about bugs? I guess because of the cockroaches themselves. Running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them. Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware what happens when the chemicals asphyxion and ubiquium are combined? Oh, yes. It's right there in the Infested Ultra instruction. Not mixed with products containing ubiquium, ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Affects the inhalation, include respiratory complications and, well, death? Poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, oh, probably 500 ml of each chemical, I'd say. That's really not a lot. 500 ml is 16 fluid ounces. That's a water bottle. You need one water bottle's worth of thing each. Fish meals that'll give it so I've been drinking lots more water than I'm used to. Nice. That'll definitely help with your teeth as well. Because it's not really about the sugar in the soda that causes the erosion. It's the acidity in a lot of the soda. So like when people drink it and they like, you know, they really drink it, they let it sit on your teeth. Well, don't brush your teeth right after because that helps with that like increases the erosion because you're basically like, it'll get soft. Same thing with like orange juice or something. Anything with a lot of acid in it that's been on your teeth, you gotta give it time, like rinse out with water, really like let it settle again because you're just basically rubbing off the enamel of your teeth when you go back to brush. But soda is a big proponent of that, and it's not, especially the type of soda, if you drink a lot of brown sodas, that's where all your standing would be coming in. And hey, I like me a good brown soda, I like me a good root beer every once in a while, but yeah, you can't have it too often. And not even for the sugar content, it's just if you want to protect your teeth, that'll go a long way in reducing some of the effects. So she certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. The ubiquium's oddly thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. Oh, heats up very quickly. So it's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxia has more water, and it's white in color. That'll do, thank you. You're clearly well informed, Miss Scone. As well I should be, dearie. After all, Invested Ultra is made with the company I work for. Damn! I'm just glad I don't have to deal with that. Yeah. I had my wisdom teeth out in, I think 2018, so mine was a little bit later than yours. And I had them out because most of them were fine, but I think it was the one on my left side here. I actually was like, it was sore. Like the entire, you know, when I would like open my mouth, my whole left side was getting sore. And when they were going to take him out, they're like, hey, so we have to be kind of careful because apparently it was like one of the teeth was super close to a nerve down in my jaw. Thankfully, the guy didn't hit it when he was getting them out, but it could have caused like, I don't want to say partial paralysis, but it could have caused some like nerve damage or some like issues if they had hit it. But I was lucky, they were fine. But it's dangerous going inside your head like that. You think the mouth, you don't think it's a big deal, but it's so, your mouth is so close to the brain, you have to be so careful about infection and about how you process things. Everything has to be so careful. I mean, yeah, you don't, any surgery you have to be careful. But I guess because people are also awake and like they eat with their mouths, you know, you gotta worry about dry sock, you gotta worry about what they're eating and they're chewing. And like, one of the things the dentists have to remind people is like, you are numb right now. You cannot feel anything on this part of your face. Do not eat anything hot. Do not chew anything. You will chew your mouth. You will chew your gum. You will bite yourself. You will burn yourself. It's, you know, it's a very tender area that we have to use a lot of. Even I'm using it now to talk. So it's just really delicate. Let's see, as I'd say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't bite even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone. Very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Scone. But something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. I don't know how this is going to implicate Larry. Hey, 120! Let's go! That's amazing. 120 is absolutely amazing. 2 streaks in one day. Sick. This case, I don't know about yet. This is definitely the longest case in this game. It's 9 parts and we're on part 4. I want to say I might be able to beat this one today, but it depends on how long. This is a big case about Edgeworth and his dad, kind of like basically doing the same case together narratively. So I like that conceptually. I think it's going to be better than the last case, but it's too soon to tell because we're barely even in the setup. This is a, oh gosh. This is, I think, turnabout middle part 2. I think this is middle part 2. Yeah, this looks like middle part 2. Okay. Because we already did middle part 1 where we did all the Edgeworth stuff. So we did the 2 Gregory sections, the 1 Edgeworth section. Now we're in middle part 2. So we're barely even through the intro. What is Detective Flatfoot? Any developments on the report? Because we have the murders, or the murder from the first one that we haven't solved, including, I don't know what happened to Samson. He would have been implicated, right? It's been 18 years. Did he go to prison? Has he been in prison for 18 years? Gosh, can you imagine if they gave him the death penalty and he died for a murder he didn't commit? I mean, they're not gonna do that unless they were really trying to make this a dark case, because they kind of did that with Dahlia Hawthorne. But I don't think they do that here. Let's see. Yes, sir. So some of the characters in this are very important for the next 2 cases, and it will all tie into the end. Ooh, okay, so this is basically the foundation for the next 2 cases. That's good to know. Because again, this one is the longest case, which I'm not used to in an Ace Attorney game. I mean, almost all the other Ace Attorneys, like the first one is always just like the 1 and the 1, the 2 halves, because it's the prologue, and then they'll do like a beginning, a middle, and a ladder, or at least like maybe 2 ladders, and so every case after that until the last case would be like that. So beginning, middle, ladder, ladder, beginning, middle, ladder, ladder, beginning, middle, like, you know, they would break it up a certain way until the last case, where it would just be like multiple extra parts. Even in like the first case 5, so many extra parts compared to the other case. It was literally like triple the length of the other cases. And I don't think that's what they're gonna do here, because again, this one's the longest one. And then Turnabout Forsaken is only 6 parts. And then Turnabout for the Ages is 5 parts. But if they're all connected, then that probably makes sense, because it's like they got this all out of the way, and the other two are like just more of the same in terms of narrative. Let's see, turns out the sculpture's glass display cases open from the top. Huh, that's rather unusual. And the temperatures inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case is kept at 26 degrees. Dang, nearly got my hand stuck to it. We're lucky you escaped alive. Any more relevant information for the case? Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Trace of ubiquium. Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it, should have stayed stuck. After all, 26 degrees is what would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Thief should. And you guys would be that desperate to get on my good side. Your good side. You're 17. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. I can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever. Anything for the truth. Before you get too carried away, the Goddess of Justice has no need for your help. We'll find the truth ourselves. Youch, why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh wait, don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret doesn't want us finding out. I'm not required to explain myself to you. Ooh, we're getting a little bit more about the dark side of the law here. It's like, it's seeping in. It's coloring some of these cases a little bit. But if you feel like you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it'll be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation. You hear the lady smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could have possibly be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas? Well, the guy that got gas. Takes up! The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case. Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well, I'll permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately. But he said the case was never resolved originally and the dude stayed in prison all those years. Right? I was literally thinking that exact same thing. Understood? 18 years is a long time in prison for a falsely accused. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. And you know, currently, there's been no reason to reopen the case. It's probably gonna be this case that happens now that causes the other case to get, like, solved and reopened. But if this had never happened, he would have stayed in prison. There would have been no reason for his case to have been appealed unless he was doing the appealing. Let's use the data we collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. And of course they wouldn't be able to find new evidence because no one's, like, a regular defense attorney isn't connected to this, and it's such a cold case. One time Frank Carmen didn't screw up in the case either. Oh, so the evidence was perfect, was it? As the Von Karmas would say, his evidence was perfect. Ooh. Eek, don't scare me like that. This is what you were talking about. You're Mr. Thief. It's always interesting seeing people react to it. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. The gender spot of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. Yeah, which is what's keeping the lid on real tight. The actual glass lid is still cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? And do we have any idea of how the gas lid might have become so cracked? Oh, well, it doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass suffered any damage. I see, so the cracked piece of the glass that we know was cold ice is on the inner facing side. It's cold ice. Nice thing of the way you glare at people, sir? Cracks. Nice thing about those deeply etched lines in your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. By applying heat to ice-cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Huh. I'm pretty sure the science lesson. Why isn't it all heat up cracked in the first place? I see you have Larry. Yes, we did find Larry. No, my bad. Lawrence Doman is the man that we found. It's different. So you look like the cat that got the cream, Malzarino. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. What? But you didn't give me a chance to figure it out first! It would have been quite the wait. Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers! I imagine he's really whiny like that. How did Mr. Gusto open the case?
Take that!
The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the autumn wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. A blowtorch? Who using a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid. Indeed. Ugh, you beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins in the end. Don't try to tell me you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. No, it was Mr. Edgeworth making things hard to understand. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winter can follow along too? Oh, and us at home, please. Sure, just for him. All right, here goes. Mr. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing. While he was in there, he used the blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium in the other side of the lid. Uh-huh, and? As ubiquium melted, it mixed with the asphyxion that was already present inside the glass case, therefore producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. As he made it as far as the fountain room, where he collapsed. In front of our man, Lawrence Doman. I can't believe he kept her name after all this time. She was a murderer, dude. Or no, she wasn't a murderer, but she did die. And she was not who she said she was. So you opened the case and now came the gas, huh? It seems we got there in the end. But why the heck a doodle-doo did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. Check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. You remember, right? I thought this is where the winter wing was when we first got here. Caught you out too, did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused with it being where Chili Wings Drew was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in the front of the blessed door. Who wouldn't be all 6s and 7s, eh? Did everyone involved in the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Let's see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winter, I suppose. Yeah, why'd they switch him? Interesting. Eureka, ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. The answer to what exactly? The man was going to end it all. It's almost cute how stupid he is. A dramatic existential sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Again, so cute, so stupid. Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winners? Oh sure, thanks, Gavill. And he's so easily influenced by the idea of winning. He truly is so childlike in that any sort of... He can be led very easily. It's like, hey man, you want a piece of candy? Yes? Okay, shut up. Like, he can be bought so easily with just the simplest things. Quite manipulatable. Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, I totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly think pharmacist here. Or rather, I have one of my underlings do it for me. That's nothing to brag about, you know? Shut up! Can you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now, yeah? I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poisonous gas trap. How could you say that? It was greatly sad to learn of this, Miss Scone. The profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you were used your expertise to try to take one. I beg your pudding? How dare you? I didn't know such thing. Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner. You bet I can. Get a load of this. You know, she's probably trying to cover for Judy. She didn't kill them, but maybe she's supplied the ubiquitum, and either she's covering for Judy, or she was forced to cover for Judy via blackmail of some sorts. But I still think it's Judy. She's the only one with the means and opportunity to do all this. Oh. Why do all the kitties and puppies like going under the ramp? I just saw like a flash. And if this was a horror game, that would have been something to come and get me. I would have been in trouble. But it was just Mona. Just a little shadow girl. I don't know why. These animals are ridiculous. This is Miss Delicious's pharmacist license, and it says it right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra. Yeah, because her company makes it. A product that we have established contains asphyxion, so one of the ingredients of our poisonous gas. Well, and if she's worked there 18 plus years, and she's obviously a very good pharmacist, even if she's a horrible baker, she probably has gotten a lot of promotions. She's worked her way up. Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of this stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. Literally card-carrying. I didn't do it. It's also a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
And that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. Didn't we do a small bottle? We've done a couple small bottle cases. Where a small bottle shows up and it's really important. The Dahlia Hawthorne case, where Mia was the defense attorney defending Phoenix. What was that, third game? That one. And the case where Maya was a waitress and you have to solve the fake Phoenix in court with Maggie Bird. That's at least two that I can think of off the top of my head that had you dealing with a small bottle. So this is at least the third one that we'll now have with a small bottle of sorts, specifically as the murder weapon use of kill sort of situation. There might be another one, but I can't remember if there is. It's happened. They like to use this. It's a fair bit of times, almost at least once per game at this rate, that they've used a small bottle in such a way, especially with the fingerprints. You know what you and Mr. Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room? What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket? No! Again, it seems like it's Judy, but is that too obvious? There's only one person in the premises who's licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra. That was you, Miss Scone. Licensed to carry doesn't mean they used it. Furthermore, you were acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, dear, listen, you don't understand. The Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me. Lying will only strengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. I'm not lying. Oh, and it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? She's not. And that's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Ah, here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look. And what is this? There's something written on it, I think. April 1, complaint filed, theft, item stolen, Infesticide bottle, Ultra 1. It's a crime report relating to the theft? I said all those words out of order? A what? See, you silly Billies, I told you somebody pinched it off me, a week ago no less. By which you mean to say that it is not in your possession at any point today? That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag just in case, you know, and if someone knows that, like a friend of 18 years, they could take advantage of that information. And I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but, well, I forgot my head if it weren't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. She's a horrible pharmacist. How do you not keep your bag locked? How is that not absolute habit to just keep your bag locked up? Are you crazy? I see, but why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case. You never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done. Yeah, why would you want to pour poison around your kitchen instead of just killing it and then cleaning it with some disinfectant spray? Psst, Cavill, what do I do now? Oh, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of this crime report just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story after all. She may be lying to us. Good idea. Alright, I'm going to give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. Okay, but did you realize theoretically she could have just submitted the crime report for the stolen chemical as a cover, and she just stole it herself for herself and thought ahead because it's all premeditated? Just saying, like, it could be a totally real police report. That doesn't mean she didn't do it. I don't think she did it, but that doesn't mean she didn't do it. Indeed, if she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, and I highly doubt she would use a method that directly implicates her. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does, but no, it doesn't. So what do you think who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior and the time and the means to prepare. Two factors would point to one very specific person. Oh yeah, and who do you think that might be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. Oh, it's very obvious. Who had the means to seal the infested ultra and dress one room up to look like another? Take that! Surely only Mistbound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. So it was her, huh? It's the only likely conclusion. Strange. It's like he already knew. Nice shooting, Malzarino. I had to take that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for. I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged. Doesn't matter. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No, I mean, we're only just getting started. Oh, then when's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. And then I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace? Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be prove having someone investigate the room more thoroughly. Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go and investigate the Winter Wing. Oh, yes sir. Gavil, we're going to talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you if you don't mind. Not like they can keep us out. We answer all their questions honestly and truthfully. And correctly. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winter. Weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I could just sit back and wait for the report? A winning strategy? Oh, he's so stupid. You spoiled little... He's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Eek! Another body? It's a body! What on earth? Order in the court! Somebody call forensics. Bad news, sir. Real bad news. Order! I'll have order, detective! The ice sculpture in the Winter Wing! They melted. Just like 18 years ago. They all melted! He's such a brat. What? Did? Huh? Say? I like how he jumps in to ruin it. Oh, Winter. What is the meaning of this? Now we have 2 victims? Yeesh, talk about deja vu. Just like 18 years ago, even the ice is melted. Again? Just like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no quinky dick. You're with me, right, Malzarino? I am. I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. I want Larry. Okay, actually, that was really quick. That was a quick one. Because some of these are usually like 2 hours. I was actually getting like settled in, like, okay, who are we talking to next? But no, they're keeping it moving. Events of 18 years past. I guess that one's just like a prologue into the next part. Yeah, 45 minutes is quite a brisk pace for an Ace Attorney chapter. I still can't believe the I-7 incident was Gregory's last case. Or that it's been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest, and one of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of the treasure chest that was a part of Samson's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp, and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicia Scone had made for the contest. I mean, that's pretty damning evidence. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away. Why, though? Like, what's going on with it melting? Both times. That's just so suspicious. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. No, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but you didn't have to talk to us like that. Well, it's Von Karma. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. But what if somebody's innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It can happen. We're all human. Oh, so Samson has been in prison for 18 years? Again, who could benefit off that the most? None of the contestants could really benefit off Samson being in prison, because they had a chance to win the book, which would have basically stolen from Samson. Especially if they could have beaten him, then it would have been like, oh, I'm the best confectioner in the world. None of that really seemed like they could do it. Maybe the confectionery person could now, but not 18 years ago. Anyway, but Judy, she's in a very unique position, and obviously everything has worked out very well for her since Samson's been in prison. Very well. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in such situations to be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless. Now, we may not be able to investigate Mr. Frost's room as hope, but that doesn't mean we give up. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry. I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise. Such dedication. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. Who else would have access to the key? I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means. Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound. Tangora's favorite handmade by Bound, rather mishappened and incredibly sweet. So she's not much of a confectioner. She's not great at it. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help, although these are a little too sweet for my liking, and a little uniquely shaped. I'm sorry if they're not to your taste. No way, they're great. They're so sweet. You're very kind. Imagine me of all people, a mediocre confectioner. What? You mean you made these yourself? Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping us alive with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties, though he does spend most of his time coaching me on how to improve my technique. Mr. Tangora sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bowen whenever he wants sounds amazing. I'm sorry. Did you say something? No, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangora, Miss Bound. Of course, what right would I have to stay here otherwise? What do you mean by that? I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tangora took me, and so she betrayed him! That's right, one snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of his very mansion. He saved my life and became the father I never had. I could never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do, and I'll be here for him as long as he needs me. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself. The thing today is Christmas Eve, and I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything! Samson's 39. Which is for, and she's 16, so that he would have been 23 when she was left on his doorstep, so that's believable. Although, he looks way better at 39. Yeah, no, he's a lot older. He's actually older than Edgeworth. Edgeworth is younger? Edgeworth is younger, but he looks so much older. Why does Edgeworth look so old? Like, are you telling me Samson looks 39 and Edgeworth looks 30? Please, is there something I can do to help? Just say it. Right? They made him look 50! We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim? Stressful, same with Leon Kennedy. Hey! Do not disrespect my man, Leon. He looks amazing. Did you see those biceps? Did you see those triceps? The back muscles? The pecs? My man is fine. If you wanted to see some of this work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the finale. Oh, she had pictures. Interesting. Now, they're stunning, aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too. Right? He still looks better than Edgeworth. Like, how is Gregory looking so aged, man? Okay, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I know you were so keen on constellations of the Zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. The stories of the stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called, and the arrow is the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh. Did Mr. Frost forget to stage them, maybe? Doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do. Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well. Oh, well, he didn't seem like the type. It seems she's got something to hide, too. We're gonna have to unlock her. Mind chest. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound? Yes. I used this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful. Okay, why was someone on, like, an instant... Like, whoever was making this game had recently bought an instant camera and was so excited about having an instant camera that they just kept adding dialogue about instant cameras. Like, dog, I see your hyperfixation. I see you. Oh my goodness. Why don't you take your picture? Haven't they used it in, like, every mission now? I feel like they've said it every single case. My goodness. Let's get a shot of both of us. Not really instant, like the Polaroids. This is a Polaroid. Someone got a Polaroid camera while making this game and got so excited about having a Polaroid camera that they just couldn't stop talking about it even in the game. So they made everyone hyper-fixated on Polaroid cameras. Yeah, and that's for like a really good camera. I did have one of those like tiny little Polaroid cameras, and they're nice, but man, are they not good. Everything's so washed out. Everything's so cold. It does not have a good light source. I wouldn't buy one again. Like, the one I have is fine, but I really wouldn't buy one again if I was to get another Polaroid camera. I think if I was to get a second one that I wanted, like, oh, take on vacation with me kind of thing. This is like a really special camera that I only use for really special pictures, because again, the film would be really expensive. But I would have to get like a really nice one that really processed the pictures well, because oh my gosh. So you ready? Say cheese! There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's such a cool camera. Well, it's the only one we got, so we use it for all of our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame. There aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangora used the same camera during the contest? Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape, later to take some photos of the other contestants' works. But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And did you discover the body while the judging was still underway? Yes. Samson wanted pictures of all the entrance completed rooms. But the camera ran out just as we finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than he expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining, but he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. But had he really, though? I went to our living area to change the film and was passing the fountain room on my way back when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in there? Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police, and then I went to tell everybody else, and the camera, it's been with me ever since. The old gentleman in my neighborhood was selling something, and he still had his Polaroid camera and his original bot. I bought off him and included some original film, but it's long expired. Oh. Well, hopefully you're still able to get some film for it, because that'd be really cool to have an original in-box Polaroid camera. Basically brand new, never been used, so you know it's gonna work. Oh, that'd be so exciting. So that's the kind of thing I want to get, like one of those really big, nice ones. if I was to ever buy one again, I actually have no idea as they're going through here. Shh. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera and this picture, Miss Bound. Of course, here you go. Thank you. Camera, there we go. Okay, so we got the camera and we got the picture. Bad. Amazon's saying 159, but that doesn't feel right. I feel like it's gotta be a little bit more than that. Let's see, are they done investigating? It all says check print. I just wanted to look at it. Let's see, they're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me to clear off. Man, some of these lists are just not good. I just wanted to see like what the most expensive one I could find was. Oh, they have a $4.99. Like, yeah, like a $4.99 one. Like 159 is pretty solid already. But yeah, it'd have to be, I would expect to spend like the $200 to $300 range just for the camera itself if I wanted a really nice one. But that was not easy to look up for some reason. It just did not want to give me the answer I wanted. Let's see, honestly, the mannequins will be the end of me. That cheek of him. Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run you up too, Detective Bad? Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Oh, you mean fabricating evidence? Yeah, it's much more of a niche thing because people don't have to buy the camera. They can just use their phone or they can just have a nice digital camera. So that no one's buying it as frequently. And I mean, they probably have other lines or other revenues of income, or they're probably owned by someone who has other revenues revenues of income. So it's like not like it's gonna go away anytime soon because it's, again, now it's a niche hobbyist thing, or it's a really specific person who's buying that. It's not just everyone using it all the time. Let's see, Von Karma said, yeah. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Because he can't get any thievery or any misdemeanors done with people around. Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's doing a nice little chat right now in Frost's room. What about? About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went to Mr. Frost's room? That's right. And I have to say he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to. Well, he's candidate #1 at the moment. The guy who melted Frost's work. But is that really why Mr. Gusto went to Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours. Oh, he's being so helpful. Wait, what? Why would you just give this to us? Do I gotta spell it out for you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. Detective? Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this. Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. I don't think he's pulled out the mirror yet. Now, can I, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Wow. I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E. Well, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're all going on about. But here's to new friends, eh? It's definitely nice to have a good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at the photo. Here. Funny how old nostalgia items are having comeback, even though Walkman is releasing a new player. Well, I think it's a matter of, like, people want to own stuff again, like, a little bit. And I mean, I'm sure it's probably a digital Walkman, maybe. Unless they actually have, like, they're releasing a cassette line, which would be pretty sick. But it's like, yeah, I mean, I like owning my stuff. I don't want everything to just be online. Like, yeah, I can have a Kindle, or yeah, I can have a digital game library and not have anything. And it's like, well, I don't want that. I like the tactile feeling of things. I like having things and stuff to interact with around. So yeah, something up to the flavored ice sculptures but puddles. The floor appears to be completely covered in pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I assume the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this. Yeah, once that was out of the socket, the display case has lost power, and up went the temperature. Looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? No. Still working on that. The sculptures are beautiful. What a waste. You can say that again. I would have taken a few more bites out of them while I had the chance. So they were good? Did they ever? I've never tried ice sculptures as scrumptious in my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit? It's in the other photo you just got there. This bit, the harpy thing. Salt? Gemini's liar? Wait, that's why it has no strings? Because you ate them? I didn't eat them, you cheeky little devil, I told you. It was all horrible and salty. Why is the liar salty? It's true that only one particular part of this one sculpture tasted a bit different from the rest. Could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone? Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chillywink's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw for you. Was it PH? Yep. Just like that. It's almost like a signature of something. Wait! PH. Oh, we got it. I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. She's not the type to skip an important detail like that. Why does she look like that? I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Pound. Are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well? What? No, I barely know him, I swear. Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinion about his attitude toward his work. No, the sculptures were so carefully made, I didn't think he'd miss something so important. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that. What makes you say that? I have an item of evidence appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possession, and it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence. Well, I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. It's one of these 2 pieces of evidence of yours.
Take that!
And now the second.
Take that!
Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work. I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chillywink's statue had the letters PH carved into them, plain as day. PH? Shouldn't it be AF? You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of the item, it would have left behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the item in the tea set. The same pottery mark? We've already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Halleck. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. In fact, a fact of which you are well aware of, correct, Miss Bound? Well, yes, I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his. You mean Paul Halleck was... That's right, Detective? Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. But you see, Mr. Frost was in fact... a famed sculptor. Mr. Frost was in fact none other than the famed sculptor Paul Halleck. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halleck are the same person? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone else who's seen it could fake it being with him, though. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. It was proof enough for Miss Pound. The matter is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. Alright. I'll have the boys look into it. I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was. I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Wait. Wait. That hairstyle. That's the same hairstyle as the body that just showed up in the pond, or in the fountain. It can't be the same guy. Can it? Did he fake his death somehow? No, the police took the body. Twins? Twins? Imagine, his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that. And be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point? What? Why are you asking me that? Photograph Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken. Oh, it must have gotten mixed up with the other one Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging. And that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangora had a chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take the picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body. I suppose so. This shows that you took only 2 pictures with the new film. One for Mr. Frost's body and one for his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise. You do? Wait, which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Brown only took 2 pictures? A new film cartridge has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. I feel like it's gotta be the instant camera. That's the only answer.
Take that!
The camera? You gave the picture of the body to the police, and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. Oh, and you gave us the picture you took of me and Mr. Edward, too. 3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining. Out of a total of 20, you took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I need to see all the photos you took. Oh, she's a lot. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to. I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you. Huh? These are all shots of Mr. Frost's room. I'm so sorry. Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. Hey, that's gonna help us. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me. It was you? It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was. You are? Why? Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Halleck's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity. And? How did that make them melt? I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing. By mistake? Are you sure? I didn't notice at the time, but well... How could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces? Seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. But I'm not in a position to refute it either. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Please don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What he said. No hard feelings, Miss Bound. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth. Picture's yours, hope it helps. Those are going to be really helpful for Little Thief, all those pictures. Are you infernal nuisance still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation. Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. It seems you don't know when to shut up either, but I commend you on your stubbornness. Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting. What? What is the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. And to you, Mr. Gusto. No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? You went to Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you'd like to tell us why? Sure, I was... Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Judy Bound, you are coming with me. Mona Bound, what are you doing? I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused Samson Tangora. No, I will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order. I understand. Wait, please, I'm not done questioning her myself. And you think I care because... Bad Gusto and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine by me. Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins. I hate how Gusto walks. Dude's gotta be ready to pull at all times. Like, no, you can still walk. Jin could still walk. You don't have to be ready to pull up. Like, please. My God, put the clock away, please. Let's see, he took literally everyone with him. Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around here either. Perhaps time we got going anyway. It's rather late. I hope the snow has let up. You're right. Home time. Guess my stomach's in agreement too. Alright, let's go grab a burger. Before my own stomach starts grumbling too. A burger? Not any ramen? Sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. We will indeed. And our first protocol will be Mr. Tangora. Oh, I was wondering if they were gonna go right into it, but that is just the day. Okay, some of these are really quick. Wait. That one was only a half hour, roughly. That one was short. Wait, okay, wait, we can see this perfectly. Save here, save separately. Let's see, that's... Yeah, like 33 minutes? Wow, really short. And we only had to present 2 pieces of evidence. This one's a lot more leaning toward dramatic storytelling than it is toward puzzle solving. I guess because it's supposed to be the foundation for the next 2 cases, they have a lot of setup to do here. Hey, it's Miss Bound! Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, but we really only seem interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tangora too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. This is middle 4, meaning there's end 1, 2, and 3 left. And that's this whole chapter. I guess whole case. Detective Bat, what are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. He's a detective! Of course he'd be at a detention center. Are you stupid? What happened to the man? Mr. Tangora! Good morning. Mr. Tangora, what happened to you? Oh no, Samson! What did they do to you? What did Karma do? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogating could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on in there, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy who they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if I weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangora in his own way, it seems. Okay. And again, bad side of the law. A detective interrogating a suspect so much that they haven't let them sleep. They probably wouldn't let them see their visitors, and his hair is turned white. That is torture. That is beyond torturous. Especially for someone who's probably, like, they don't know if he's innocent or not, but that's obviously not innocent until proven guilty. That's guilty until proven guilty. They don't care about him as a person. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangora. You got Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tangora, we found out quite a bit if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangora? You seem kind of spaced out. I'm fine, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Miss Samson! Okay, chocolate, but I think that might give him a little energy boost. Present. I do. Huh? Is that chocolate? For me? Oh, those are the chocolates that I wish I could give them to you, Mr. Tangora. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. There must be some way you can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad isn't noting the meaningful look in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. Right, can't they just ask? Like, okay, I know the rules are I can't give them to him, but if he's having, like, a sugar issue or if he's not feeling well, handing him a couple pieces of chocolate that I hand to the detective for him to look over and approve, like, he could, like, break them in half and make sure there's nothing in them. My hero. I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah, keep it down, will you? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in the tight spot. Oh, I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Ah, were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes, how were they? No, I'm not singing it. Feel them melt. Soft and smooth. Chocolate that'll comfort and soothe. Ear to ear. Head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm so glad you like them. And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual french fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost was a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halleck. I imagine this is what Ichiban would look like as an old man managing a cabaret club. I hadn't thought of that at all, but if you change the hair in your brain to be a little bit spikier, it's just dead on. It's the same guy. Man, that's what I want to see for some of my Yakuza people. Like, give me a new Yakuza character. Give me a new major character. And then, like, I want someone in, like, they're like, late 20s, early 30s. Someone on the younger side. Because Ichiban's great, but he's already, like, later 40s. And I feel like the plot's going to, I don't want to say stagnate with him, but he just doesn't have we need like a fresh narrative. And I know they got so much out of Kiryu, but I think that's because they were able to work with Kiryu for a longer time. And some of his narratives weren't as, I don't know, they didn't feel as definitive as some of the stuff in Yakuza 8. Right, maybe that's just me. Especially now that the Yakuza had been disbanded. Like, the narrative surrounding what Yakuza are, like, he always wanted to get out, Kiryu, but that's because it was always there to get back into. But now it's kind of gone, and they're gonna have to, like, artificially craft a new thing. That's why they're doing the Like a Dragon, and they're kind of moving away from the Yakuza name. So what does that mean for the plot in modern day? It's one thing to go back in time, that's fine, but I am really curious to see what their next mainline modern day narrative will be. That's going to be so interesting. But I feel like we have a long time to wait. I mean, I know they're pretty quick on these, but I wouldn't be surprised if the game I'm thinking of isn't out for at least another, like, 4 or 5 years, because it's gonna be a major, like, pillar that they'll need for their future games. I never would have imagined. Poor Mr. Halleck. So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? I don't like that he does that. All this would certainly explain why Mr. Halleck was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. A bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece? Nah, seemed like he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to it. The winter constellations. Winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh no, Miss Mount, I wasn't blaming you. One last thing, seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. He faked his death! He faked his death. Shame that hasn't been released, doesn't have a release date yet, but it's set for fall, winter. Of this year? This year feels really ambitious. Which, if so, RGG is going great. That's awesome. I don't know, right? Like, it seems like that would be like a 2027 release. Especially if they're trying to avoid GTA, because you know that's what everyone in the gaming industry is thinking right now, is how to avoid launching within, like, the couple month span around GTA 6. They're just gonna get no sales for at least a couple months around GTA 6. Because haven't people already kind of admitted that they've delayed things or they've adjusted their timelines because of GTA 6 and then it, like, delayed itself and that kind of threw people out of balance? Yeah, I could see it being delayed to 2027 too, just because it's a lot of... Again, this is a very ambitious new title, new IP, so I'm sure they're putting a lot of work into it to make sure that it launches with as much positivity as possible. It's unfortunate for Atlas. Again, I really liked Metaphor. The only critique I really had about it was the fact that, the dungeons were a little bit weak, but that's the only complaint I had about it. Everything else was great. And I like how you do technically have enough time to do something. It's such a unique world. It's so unique and different. I really liked that element of it too, and the villain was great. But people were waiting for, you know, a Metaphor Definitive Edition. That's why the sales on Metaphor are bad, because Atlas has conditioned people to expect that Definitive Edition, like, oh, a year or so after the initial game. So, like, you basically buy the demo for full price, and then you buy the real game for full price, which I get that, I understand. But as someone who has played Royale and who has played Metaphor just base and SMT5 base, yeah, it kind of sucks you have to buy a second game separately, but the original game really isn't that bad, and it's kind of nice being able to take that comparison, like, view the two games as two separate entities and see where they were and where they go. But I know it's, like, not for everybody, and people are right in how they feel about Metaphor. Let's see, when you choose always drop cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. The guy didn't even tell his family. I see. I think they sort of confirmed it's set in the Yakuza universe. Even showing the origin of the Tojo clan supposedly. That's gonna be so good. And again, if you can't go, if they don't know how to go forward right now, maybe they're still figuring it out. So someone's like, oh, we can go backwards. Brilliant. Bravo. Give that man a raise. That was such a good idea. And I think it's gonna go over really interesting. I wonder if they're gonna use a whole new cast? I think so, right? Ew, fucking gross. I need to get my auto mod fixed up, because this is nasty, dude. Nasty. See, I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, detective. We'll see you again shortly. Right? I gotta figure out how to fix the auto mod to, like, ban certain words. I remember I could do it, but I don't remember how to do it. Right, AI viewers? No, thank you. But then, wait, what's the difference between AI and bots then? like, how is this? Is the AI supposed to, like, give AI responses in the chat versus the bots just sitting there, I suppose? Gross. See, an uncompromising one, somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in, and to scare the pants off anybody new he meets. Now, you're going to tell me about what you learned yesterday. Of course, allow me to give you a full report. No, yeah, I was thinking they might, like, oh, they could do that thing where they did Ishin, where it was like, oh, all these Yakuza characters in a historical piece, but I was like, no, that wouldn't make sense. It worked for Ishin because it was so historical that using those characters just kind of, like, was a funny little gag. But I think for the Strangers of Heaven, or I think it's Strangers of Heaven, it is its own narrative in that same universe, meaning it's more important for them to have a new cast. I think they're gonna have a new cast. Like, completely separate. Maybe some of them will look a little similar. I mean, theoretically, depending on how many time periods it goes over, we could see people like Kiryu's dad. Because Kiryu's dad was killed by Cosma, I think, no, yeah, because he was an assassin, so it would have been happening for a reason, so we get to see some of this history play out a little bit. See, allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangor. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Let's see. Don't even get the point of buying viewers. You have a higher view count, but, like, there's no engagement. Yeah, the engagement's the whole point. Like, yeah, a higher view counter is whatever, but it's like the engagement, like, talking to people is the whole point. It's so weird. So it takes place between 5 different time periods, the latest being the 1960s, so you'll never know if there's a Yakuza cameo. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, there might get to see, like, Kiryu's parents before they get killed or something. That kind of lore would be really interesting to see. Or the Kazuma and his twin brother. You want to see Kazuma and his twin brother? Anyone remember that? By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can. What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Let's see. There was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Goose's creation were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least through the semi-final, but disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well, which was... It tastes identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn that I was eating the same thing. And what exactly does work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back in my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Miss Bound. Mr. Frost's entry for the finals was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it, even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in the room when I visited, so I took a look at sampling a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. I'm sorry, but are you saying that the lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. Kiryu born in 1968, and the game was set in 1965. Oh! Okay. I could see a post-credit sequence, right? Well, I guess I don't know when the parents were killed. If they were killed when Kiryu was like a little baby, they set it up where the mom is pregnant in the or you see the mom, and she's like, well, she wouldn't be pregnant in 1965. But you get the post-credit scene of, like, Kazuma having the baby. Because I guess we don't really know exactly when they died, right? Does Kiryu remember his parents? I feel like he said, but it's been so many games, I don't remember exactly what he was told. Because this is what he'd be told since he would have been so little. Let's see. I'm certain that was part of the Gemini sculpture, which is the only sculpture in the display case. Mr. Tangora, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? I think Kazuma explained what happened to the parents, right? I feel like he did to Kiryu once. So the part that you tried was the lyre, the one shown here without any strings. Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. Why? You did it with the arrowhead or something? So strings are missing because Mr. Tangora ate them all and he enjoyed them? Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the lyre as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish. Then it's true. Truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might have been something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How exactly? The taste disorder characterized as an inability to detect salty flavors, and I suspect I've been suffering from it. I ate so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice, but there's no denying it now. I'll explain why the food here seems so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are your livelihood! Even if there were long-term treatment options, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, don't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion? You do? I do. You can take a look at it yourself if there's a cure. Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody. Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course. If that's what you wish. What on earth is the secret recipe for a miracle crow that they've been hiding? Yeah, Kazuma basically confessed everything in the orphanage he was at the kids for the parents he killed. See, I knew that, but I guess it depends on, like, we don't know do we know how old Kiryu was when his parents were killed? Well, I suppose you'll be getting back. Alright, we'll be right behind you. I don't know if he ever mentioned that specifically to Kiryu. Judy? Yes, Samson? Because I don't think Kiryu's ever mentioned remembering what his parents looked like, so I think he was little. There's more to life than just me. Again, it's possible. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live, because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting, right here, right there at the mansion, until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, Miss Bound. There's always been speculation about what Kiryu's parents did to have a hit put on. Because again, I think Kazuma mentioned a little bit to Kiryu. Like, he definitely confessed about why he had so many kids and who they were and where they were from. But the specifics, So this might become, like, the ending of the game might lead up to what caused Kiryu's parents to get a hit put out on them, and then maybe the post-credit scene is Cosmo with baby Kiryu, and then that's come full circle. Maybe. But I mean, it's the timelines are right on that razor edge of crossing over. They're so close. Well, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw a tear in her eyes. Why'd you say all that to her? Ooh, crack. Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Halleck collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. Last thing I want is for her to miss out on all the life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. Oh, is that a reference to how he lied at the seance to Misty Faye about who his killer was and got that security guard put in prison? And then the security guard later gets released from prison because they're deemed, like, not well? Right? Right? This is where it's coming from. This is what they're setting up. That he lies to Misty Faye saying it was the security guard, not Von Karma, because maybe he didn't know it was Von Karma. But because that's why he thought it was Miles, because Miles had the gun, so he thought his son had shot him. And he didn't want his son to have to live with that guilt that his son shot him, even though his son never shot him because it was Von Karma and they'd all passed out. That's it. I think I've asked you everything I can for now, Mr. Kingbar. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving. I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Ah, yes, we'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me? That too. But I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ASAP sleep from the crime from when the time comes. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangora, every day. And Judy, too. Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangora, your interrogation will do everything in its power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand. And I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangora. Miss Medley! Miss Medley Gora! Come here, Medley! Medley! Oh, come on, pretty May. Oh, you're so tired. Come on, pretty. There you go. Very pretty girl. He never once mentions his parents at all, right? I guess because he just doesn't like to think about them. I mean, Kiryu is just that kind of guy. He's the most stoic of stoic. It's just one of those things where he just doesn't feel the need to. He's got his own stuff going on. He really does think in the present a lot. You just lay down, Angel. Yeah, oh, there you go. Let's see, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about? There's no need to be shy about it. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here looking to investigate some more? We are indeed. We need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangora. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? But we need to see the other rooms. This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. He hasn't given Bad the autopsy report? Guy's probably got a hand in that too. I don't expect to speak with anybody except us, Cop, and Miss Bond. Everybody else is gone. I doubt Mr. Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers. Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So what's your plan of action, Detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're going to beat you in your bag of dirty tricks. Ooh, I don't know if that happens. Detective, maybe conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure. But like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. That's fine. As long as there's at least some way to continue our investigation, we'll make do. Okay, so now I have to look at the fountain room. There's a liar here, and some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made that it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not just by looking at it. I'd reach out and touch them, but that'd be disturbing the crime scene. Hands off. I already checked them out. They're real. I checked them out. Checked them out how exactly? Did you manhandle vital evidence, detective? I don't touch them. Not with my hands, at least. Did he... Never mind. I don't want to picture it. What did he do? Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analyzing the found water to see what might be in it, sir. And? What did you find? Chocolate. It looks like kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. Composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangora's work. Flavors and coloring match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flowing from all 4 artists' rooms right back here into this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in here. And that's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, detective. Take another look at the scene right in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent. As was a part of the chocolate chest it had pooled on. I think the blood probably belonged to...
Take that!
Artie Frost. The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? That is a very good question. Why does he not seem dead? But maybe he's dead now? Is he faking his death again? Statue of the fountain depicts cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue. Paul Halleck's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. They look so real. Another Paul Halleck work, you say? Heather, are you saying you have personally seen cherubs before? Attorneys. Always poking holes into people's words. What, did I do something wrong? You know, it's real suspicious how much of Paul Halleck's work is around this place. Misbound. We're gonna continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangora had to say. I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake. No! Like, okay, yeah, it's cute, but Frost, Unicorn, and the Phoenix are way better. Yeah, Samson loves her designs for that one. He loves the designs and flavors of Mr. Gusta and Mr. Frost's entries, too. One problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems. Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the he was nowhere to be seen during the final? Wait, so he's a son? Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this? Of course! Everyone helps with your investigation. Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned. We've seen this book before. It was in a chocolate frame in Mr. Tangora's room. That's right. He put it on display there so that anybody could see the grand prize. What? The cure is even in the Ultimate Cookbook? So it's not a book for dessert recipes, I take it? Oh no. We told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. The contestants all knew that the Ultimate Cookbook was this the whole time. Hey, I figured that out. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines? Exactly, or rather totally new medicines that haven't made it to market yet, to be precise. How do you have this? The right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune. But why make that grand prize in the confectionery contest? Why have it? How do you have this? Mr. Tangora is the sole heir to the Tangora family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangora Group? The Tangora Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah! That new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. Wait, is that stronger or weaker than Cold Killer X? I research for a Cold Killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about what the Tangora Group, if you don't mind. Let's see, the Tangora Group, yes. So did Mr. Tangora not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Okay, fair. And then when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make their book, the book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it. I'll bet the board of directors love that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else. They hate the idea, of course. Which is why Delicia entered the contest. Yeah, that's what I figured. The Tangora Group wanted her to win the book back for them. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along. Yes, and not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's taste. I tried to help her win. But why? I want to protect Samson by protecting the Tangora Group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it within the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to. So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in the contest she had no business taking part in. But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the finale, just like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts, too. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. Everyone here is such a liar. Everyone here is so two-faced. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangora. I could certainly use a cup of tea you made us earlier, if you don't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Oh, I'll have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheered her up a little. That's not my intent. We've learned a little bit more about the contest's participants, but there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we've never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was. Silence! We're not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? That's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner admits to lacking design sense, and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. They work together! They're co-conspirators! Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective? I need to have Mr. Gusto for more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me either. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you know? Glad he was here. Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma. I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto. There is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. Seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine. Then allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. Ooh, we're going up against Von Karma already! The connection between Mr. Gusto and Frost. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. 2 lines of dialogue?! That's all? That's all I have to say to you. What? But that doesn't help us at all! We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something.
Hold it!
We'll press on this, the second one. Granted, it may have simply been a coincidence that they both entered the same competition, but it doesn't rule out a connection of some other kind between the two of them. I do hate to repeat myself, but if you don't have any pertinent evidence, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Guess we'll just have to do as he says for now, at least until I find the evidence that proves Mr. Gusto and Frost's connection. It seems Mr. Von Karma is keen to keep us away from the truth. Which means the truth would be inconvenient to him somehow, right? Mr. Gusto and Frost had something in common. I think they present the same thing they shared to Mr. Von Karma. Well, the only thing they had in common...
Objection!
Just a picture. I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contestants' semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point. They have a very similar design sense. As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that the confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance, the two might appear to be superficially different, it seems to become apparent that there were significant similarities in how they were presented. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that the two were working together. You figured that much out. I suppose there's little point in denying it. Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they had been cooperating. But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. So let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? I hate how deep his objection is. Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. Doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it was that he was hiding. I cannot let things end like this. Let me confirm what you seem to have screwed. Okay. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. I think they're helping each other out right till up to the day before the final.
Hold it!
But why were they were cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. So, what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, and his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Cheaters can only ever allow hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals. I'm sorry to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how they work together, if you don't mind. If you must. Press. You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals and not just simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree? I have told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern. You was concerned enough to try to hide it from me only a few minutes ago, though, which means there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Ngor's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner, which means he must have still been working on Mr. Gusto, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. It must have been some evidence that proves that they were cooperating right up and through the finals.
Hold it!
Press this. Last night, after Mr. Frost's works melted, correct? Yes, I interviewed Gusto personally. Yeesh, a one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma. That must have been pretty terrifying. I imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts. He most certainly did not. Every time he closed his eyes, I brought him back with an almighty snap. No one dares deplete the fifth with me. Did that even work on him? And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship. Perfectly, huh? What do we have for evidence? Do I?
Hold it!
So you did know that there was a connection between the two. Why were you trying to hide it? I don't just hand out information like candy, and certainly not to the defense. Not like the lollipop nursing fool of a detective over there. Ah, you do things your way, and I'll do them mine. You wonder why I refuse to share information with a traitor like you. Two cooperate until the day before the final, then decide to compete on their own merits. Frost's lyre was scrumptious, except for the Frost's sculpture was scrumptious, except for the lyre, which was salty. I'm gonna say it's Miss Scone's statement. Because it's the only thing that kind of makes sense, taste-wise.
Objection!
It is Miss Scone's statement. It was literally something like, sometimes there's only one thing that fits and you can kind of see it. Other times, I have no idea what they want from me. It is crazy. They weren't working together during the finals. I found that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals. When did I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely suggestive statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply unlucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame. I wonder who Francisca's mom is, because he's married here. Francisca has a mom? How is that not an entirely subjective statement? Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony, and that she also describes some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. What a turnabout. No more objections, I take it? There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost are still collaborating. Mr. E, there's something that's been on my mind. Yes? What is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water freeze and all that, then carving 2 whole sculptures? Could he really have done all that and help Mr. Gusto with his work? Because me and I've barely gotten as far as the setting the flavor water up to freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off alone. Perhaps there's some laurely instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your ponderings certainly point to another possibility. That they were made ahead of time and then they fell out? Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? Make the ice the day before the final. He must have made the flavored ice the day before, and all he would have had to do was sculpt it. What are you muttering about now? Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something, that's all. I realize that you're correct. What? Mr. E? I hope you know what you're doing. Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we? The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Ooh. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me. He held Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why did Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection!
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us, so why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim? How dare you call my methods into question? That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. Miss Medley! What are you doing? What are you sniffing? Stop sniffing. I don't like how you sniff. Yeah, right. Perfect evidence. So perfect. One good reason, certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration has absolutely no bearing on this case. Yes, it does. How can you possibly say that without any certainty? Without any evidence? If the relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind the murder. Could it indeed? Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of collaboration with the prosecution? To cover his ass, and I guess if he gives enough information, it might not seem like he's the one that did it. Please tell me you have some to back up your preposterous suspicion this time. Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of, and I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was, which means this is probably a trap. Well, cat got your tongue, but even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto's stuck in Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. Back alone is reason enough to suspect him. If that's your only concern, allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I was saving this for trial, but consider a taste of things to come. Plus, I hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. That's Gusto and Frost and their sons. They both had sons. Where are the sons? Wait, it's been 18 years. The person in the pool, in the fountain, that could have been the son. Oh, it might be. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned the fact that Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. No! Did he get me? I failed. He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Now, if you're quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smug, self-righteous jerk. I'll give him something to get on with. What do you do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangora's finished if we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution needs to pursue Mr. Tangora, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mr. E? We're still missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangora, and yet he still doesn't seem entirely confident of this case. If he was, why refuse to share evidence or information with Detective Bad? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guys probably got a hand in that too. A logic piece? We've got one of those forever. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Taking a look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be there is clearly missing. I saw that most murders can happen with someone you know, especially someone you might be close to or trust, hence why a lot of people open their doors to their friends and family. That's what I figured. Like, it's very rare that a murder is spontaneous. Like a serial killing murder, that's actually a lot more rare than people think. A lot of murder is either, I guess, a manslaughter accident, or it's around the people that you're around because you have the opportunity and usually the motive. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. And for a lot of these, it does kind of make sense who the killers are and for what the reasoning is, which is kind of sad. Because it's usually someone they know pretty well. It's the evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tengor's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. The blood. In the fountain, it's Frost's. There were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tengor's room, and we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Connect these two. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from this crime scene, but trace of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, could somebody have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Miss Medley! Thank you. Did the body go missing? The body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been the body had been recovered by the forensics team. The body went missing! What if the assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if they've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question is, why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? Did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Faked is death. Faked is death! Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out the autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E, we've both heard the rumor about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, I've tried my best to not let my perceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Really? Another dark side of the law bit? Okay, there you go, Janie. You're so big, Janie. Look at how big and strong you are. That's such a good Janie. Oh, you're nice and cozy. Oh, that's a cozy puppy. Good girl. Good girl. So sweet, girls. When they're playing dirty, I fear he might have been, and still is. And I'm not about to let him get away with it. We gotta confront him on the body. He does have a lot to learn about Von Karma. There's gonna be a lot of Von Karma revelations coming up, I'm sure. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Yes, sir. Yes? What is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of my official sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you. If you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection!
It's not the police I have issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you! What? Eric. Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of the crime is? What foolishness is this? Ah, foolishness! We got some foolishness. Nice. I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. Make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspect and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I have absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection!
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts about the whole plot, perhaps? And I thought you had outdone yourself already. Well, now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence? I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You didn't stop him from finding out that you didn't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body? Ridiculous! You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. And allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong, if you can. Tisk, 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 tisk. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I'm under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection!
But that can. As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go? Does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found. So what? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. The body was still on the scene when the police got there. Removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If somebody had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. Von Karma is absolutely true to himself and he is total and complete dick no matter what decade he lives in. The man only has one mode, and that is extreme asshole. And it's impressive he's able to keep that at full rev every single day. What is this petty obsession with the bloodstain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood from Mr. Tangora's room went? It's the fountain. It's the fountain. Wait, do I not have anything for the fountain specifically? Oh, victim's... Okay, it was victim's blood. We didn't have something for the fountain.
Take that.
You have to read the little line. It says literally in the fountain. That's what we need. Trace the victim's blood found in the fountain. I wish it was a little fountain symbol. That'd be a little bit more eye-catching than the victim's blood. That's why I was so confused. I haven't checked my evidence in a minute, but that's why I was confused. Along with trace of the chocolate from Mr. Tangora's room. I believe a missing piece of bloodstained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows from the fountain. Or flows to the fountain. Which strongly points toward one certain fact. Somebody personally disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me. You. Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curses you. Curse you. You've been a thorn on my side from the moment you were assigned. Oh, no longer. As of now, you're officially off the case. I was barely on it in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? It's really quite the claim, you know? One that you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. How? Wouldn't they need a body for a trial? What must I do to get an answer out of him? And if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. You think he's a scumbag? He's usually barely above the law most of- He appears barely above the law. That's the thing, because he is doing illegal shit constantly. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Medley. You're so soft. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me that way he did first time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind of you, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bat, but there's one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangora acquitted, but I prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case. And? What is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. So it's a piece of evidence or a piece of information that even Eddie didn't know? Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know? We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. So I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangor by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right. But we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. Doesn't this drag out for like 8 months? I can't allow Mr. Tangor to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. Okay, that's the last of the middle. I think now we're finally in the ending parts, and there's 3 ending parts. Save. Oh, we're getting to the meat now. This is so much setup for this case. This has so many moving parts. I can't believe that we're only now just getting to the ladder. And that's pretty much how things went down. And those are the facts of the IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangor was innocent? Oh, we could prove it all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th the following year. That's April, so, ooh mama. We're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there the day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. The poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. Beat! Damn, 35 months. Thank you so much, Shins. That's so kind of you. That's another streak. We got another streak. 3 streaks in a day. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. My puppies. Oh, very sleepy puppies. They're so tired. They've had a hard day being puppies. It's very hard. King shit. We love to see it. King type shit, obviously. When Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report? But that wasn't the end of it! Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Now, after his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in his hole, though. How so? The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeeze a confession out of Samson. So he better record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did, but he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They didn't make him like they do like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. Okay, and you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Sideman got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad, he took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. Oh, okay, so he was a detective, not just a cop. This is the guy that was the crazy interrogator. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor for the one and only time in his 40-year career. That was the ding on his record. The one ding he ever got that made him kill. That's what caused him to kill Edgeworth. Literally, that thing was what caused the murder. Still, Samson himself couldn't stand another day in court. So when the guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of the day, but the end of the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangor guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course, but he would have done anything to clear Samson's names. But then, well, you know what happened next? Oh yeah, he was dead. Poor guy. He never got the chance. Von Karma's so petty. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I basically become a Von Karmaling. I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I wanted to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this file. According to these records, Mr. Tangora was convicted as the main culprit for Frost's murder. No, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. File clearly says he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored! Part about the verdict, it's been changed. What?! Here, feast your peepers on this. The real case file. Suspect data, Samson Tangora, age 39. Organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to the arrest. While in detention, Tangora discovered that he had a taste disorder which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict, convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Feast your peepers. Ah, we love to feast our peepers. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? I guess he's sitting on Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. What an asshole! So everything I believed about the case was a lie? Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was guilty instead. That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Now they're the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course, but he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, Milesy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? Ah, that's right! You were there to see Mr. Tangora. Bingo. Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep the promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. We've got to do something, Mr. Fender. Well, kiddo, that's exactly why we came here. The ice sculptures were back on display, just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out. Right, Malzarino? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way you or my father do. Miles. But it doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. Oh, growth. I want to know the truth behind both of these cases. I'm not leaving until I do. And you really are old Gregory's son through and through. Alrighty then. Now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Convenient! Here, document first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. IS-7 case file data updated in my organizer. Thank you, Fender. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fender. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads, too, come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of the incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquinum and asphyxion, and that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. Let's go visit him. I want to visit him. And finally, we come to find the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just like they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be immediately linked to the events of the past, which means they may have been able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Ah, damn it. Oh, no you don't! Aren't you forgetting somebody? No. I could have sworn this was my investigation. Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I am simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Ugh, she isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It's only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea who our mystery victim might be. What, really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law. Very well. I guess it is the law, technically. Let's see. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be the visitor from the past.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? What are you saying? What are you saying, that poor Chillywinks? Wait, who the heck is Chillywinks or Artie or whoever you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Though he was better known as Paul Halleck, sculpts on display here all his work. No way, sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was the victim of the IS-7 incident. Judge Gavelle knows about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case, and according to the police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? That while the records may say stuff like, body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. You were like 6 then? You don't know anything. Yeah, this is winner. What, really? What is it, Eustace? The body. We've got an ID. Can I investigate the body? Some sculptor called Frost or something, so I guess Edgeworth called it? Goddess of Justice! So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gaville, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use in this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway. Ugh, no fair! You're trying to steal the win! I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Oh there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yep, see, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gotten missing. Prosecutor at the time may have brushed this off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. Let's see, when there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? Ugh. Who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Judge Gaville seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, I suppose she must have been here on the committee's behalf. Connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I failed to see how it connects to Mr. Edgeworth. He's the son of the original defense attorney, and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial, too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? At least a little bit more than her. Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interrupting with the work of others. Wintering is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty. Great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why do you bring it in? To show that we're all in the same justice. Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn up for the books. Hey, Milesy. We get to do our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. I got they're both so smarmy together. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Let's see, we're still unclear on 2 key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Now we have to investigate the same room again. It seems the police have already removed the body, but why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain now? And why wasn't it all rotted and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report? Yes, ma'am. Trace the both ubiquium and asphyxion have been detected in the fountain. Really? I'm gonna say they're probably carried here by the stream from the autumn lane. In addition to those 2 chemicals, there's a large amount of sugar. Composite of sugar is being analyzed as we speak. There's sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly in the serving cart. Pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so, the cup we were given was delicious. It looks like all this was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Brown serves. This dishware was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. Let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Whoa, this is really worth that much? Stop it, kid. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Fender really must have been a fan of Mr. Frost, like Mr. Fender said, to still have this. Hey, Edgy! What is it, Larry? You be careful with the teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored guests. I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Oh, Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. She's so suspicious. This smells great. I hate the cups. I hate them so much. They look annoying to drink out of. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes, it is. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh, no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times. I can see what could account for the difference. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's got under your skin, Larry? Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Lawrence Doman, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. That was childish even for him. Wow. What happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Mr. Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem like that the poison gas was her doing. Tabletop draped on the white card is pure white and completely spotless. And it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh. Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that might be. Oh, come on. What's the worst that can happen? If it does go all side, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remain that white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? But there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. Yeah, Edrith, I wouldn't know how to respond to that either. Okay, I think that's all we can look at. Let's check out this really quick. Macallan aroma. I say this is a puddle of spilt tea. Hey, what are you doing? There's a small chunk of ceramic in it. What are you doing? Oh. I guess somebody must have broken something. I know that insignia. A certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. Oh, did he break a cup? And now he's all nervous. I'm gonna keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Whoa. Quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird. Oh, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by the idea of for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring until you tell us what it is you're hiding. Quit it, I already told you. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again, starting right now. This is getting me nowhere. I still have to figure out what he's hiding for before I can get the whole truth out of him. Mind chess. No. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bounce tea that got you so agitated? You won't tell me. Then perhaps you prefer to flint to Judy Gaville, or Judge Gaville? Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me. The real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing to do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. You're a little baby. Oh, for fat Mr. Kitties. Yeah, see, Jana, you left. Now Mr. Kitty gets first dibs. Okay, here you go, Medley. Good boy. Here you go, Mr. Kitty. Jana, come here. Jana. I dropped it, Jana. They all seem so tired, and they don't know how to react to anything. Except Medley, she's such a little piggy. She will absolutely eat her little treaties. Oh, I know, Mr. Kitty. I have to get better treats. I'll do that this week, Mr. Kitty. I'm sorry. I haven't had time to go to the store, Mr. Kitty. I'll get better treats. Oh, Fatty will clean it all up. She is good. She is very interested in cleaning all of that up. Good, Medley. Jana, I threw it on the floor if you want it. Why are you just staring? Everyone's so weird. Okay, whatever. This is the way you treat your best friend, Edgy, and yeah, Medley's gonna go do cleanup duty. Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him, hiding things? Get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I, thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smashed. I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming. That's really messed up this time, Lawrence. See, Edgy? Everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this. Crying me won't- Oh, Jana? Don't do that, Jana. Don't mess with my wires. Crying to me won't do anything good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. My teapot? I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Dolman, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure they're safely disposed of. Teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? I wonder why she would be less attached. I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. Ah! This other teapot you're talking about. It's the one sitting on top of the car right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw the other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh, I see. Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one. I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust she won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models, after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for the time being? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see? Interested in Lawrence's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid you're greatly misjudged, Judge K. I simply assume Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too. Unusual details? There's nothing unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them, too. Aw, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. Your sketches? So these sketches of yours? Seriously, Edgy? If you wanted to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. What am I looking at here? They actually are pretty good. I told you already, ravishing beauties. There's a few of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and somebody else. Why would we draw all of them on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first. Just something to pass the time. Then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So, these were all drawn at different times? Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though. Wow, you did? I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course. You think I draw things I can't see? Like, using my imagination? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. These colors are accurate. Interesting. Like the blue cloth. Most of this painting admit Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. Serving card in the sketch, for example. And is the cloth blue? If I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Wait, no, we need to do some logic. Could it be this? I suppose the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hasn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, difference in aroma we noticed. Do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea. Minty, say. Oh, I just remembered. I have some peppermint tea in the pot only yesterday. That must have been where the minty aroma is coming from. Oh, you lying bitch. Could that really be it? That liar! The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bound said she used the pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one. You're right. You expect it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of Ubiquitium's key characters is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding something in that teapot? What? In the teapot? It's only a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding the Ubiquitium? Huh? No. The people are searching the entire gallery, but they still haven't found anything yet. What about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Huh, I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance unless— What? You do know where it came from? Yes. Where? Miss Bound's teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. Not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence. Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth? Is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poisonous gas. But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. Took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going here during that time. Delicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could set it up at all. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquity in my teapot, I wouldn't have any idea what to do with it. I mean, that's a fair statement, but I suppose we wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! I think it might just be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make poison gas. Wait, we never said ubiquium. We never said which one specifically smells like mint. She slipped. She slipped! Miss Funk claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. You need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Because I never said ubiquium. Edward speaking. Sir, it's me! Gumshoe! Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out. You really should be sharing information about the investigation. The other day being alive in the evil world. Exactly. That's why we have to find the truth, and we have to get justice. That is our goal. The goal is only the truth. And you know what? We're getting pretty close to the truth. We're on the last part, or the last 3 parts of the truth right now. We're so close to the truth. The exhibits here are all completely melted. All that's up in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Describe this stuff to me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample of the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, I also spoke with the radio about the Frank's guy working in the fountain room. He just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see, that might well prove to be a significant development. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found out that those light-emitting devices were here in the Winter Wing, too. There were a few of those being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing, as I recall. It seemed that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. For the truth, I'm gonna end it. No, we need to find the truth first. The truth is super important. Because then you'll want to find more truth. And it's a never-ending cycle of finding the truth. See, anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. And you know what? That's your choice. Sometimes you gotta do what's best for you. That's all you can do. Yeah, IRL, yeah. Sometimes all you can do is best for you. Was that Gummy? It seemed like he had a lot to say. He did, and all of it was very useful. I'm going to prove that Miss Bond's claims about who could have set up the poison gas are false. I'll need to talk to a certain somebody about who was here 18 years ago. Which is Miss Scone, the only other person who's here 18 years ago. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may. Of course, dearie. Fire away. Anything to your milesy smilesy and dear sweet little tooth DK? I'd appreciate if it was the last time you called me milesy smilesy. I'm not a fan of tooth decay either. I'll just, well, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change the nickname once I've settled on it. Ugh, well, I guess we tried. We didn't try hard enough. I am very sore. I've been getting shots to try to make my back feel better. It doesn't. And I've been doing, like, stretches, and I've been trying to do, like, body weight things for very specific parts of my muscle. Maybe a second shot will help. But the first shot for my lower back did help my right side. It hasn't helped my left side. And my shoulder is very sore, but I've been messing with it all week since I got my first injections, and I have an appointment Monday to follow up for my back, and I'm sad it didn't work as well as I had hoped. I probably need more, but it becomes a question of, if it's not working, how many do I get, kind of thing. And what would my next steps be, which kind of makes me nervous, because I thought this would be it, and I'm sad it's not. And I don't know what else I could do to fix it. Let's see, what can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There might be some pretty specialized items in use, light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. You know what, that's fair. I have not saved in a minute. Let's see how long it's been. 35 minutes to be exact. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I brought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Teehee. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course. But it better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought it was. Yeah, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh? A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. These decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep, salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What's she looking for? That's not it. And that's not it. Luminous cloth. That cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Mrs. Scone will tell us more. No, present! Got a picture of silly old me. That's right, you seem to have caught the artist's eye. You mean lovely Lawrence Lampkin? I'll have to have a word with him and say thanks. I'll be glad to introduce you. And there's that evil smirk. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one? Grimy? How rude! You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Should I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you use it to wipe up some sort of spillage? A spillage, he says. The cheek! What's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth? Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little bit more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who ever handled the Infesticide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium ever. But what about a layperson? Like someone... It's unlikely they know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway. The prize from the contest 18 years ago. And you know, I would say that Judy, being the adopted daughter of Samson, and now owner of this whole area and had control of the cookbook, would definitely be able to look up this information. Recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium bit, is in there, you know. Really? Right? And the mixing bit, too. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear. I know it inside and out. Why? Because I work for the Tangora Group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Oh, yes I have. Cold Killer X fight back sniffles and thieves with ease, apparently. After Sammy Poole was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. Oh, isn't that convenient? But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, but I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? You must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing. So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is one where she was trying to retrieve the cloth. At first I thought it was one of those ones I'd given to Moody Judy. One of the 4 given to the gallery, correct? Exactly. But all 4 are being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. The one that was wrapped around Artie Frost on the picture. I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my claws turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was gonna look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Chest is no good for the complexion. The cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happens to appear in the fountain at the same time as the body. What do we have for logic? Nothing. Should we try talking? Yeah, we gotta talk to you, isn't that right? You know, I didn't really take a look at the artwork before. I wonder if that's changed too. If we ever go back in the past, I'll have to look. Oh, wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hammer? Selection of trophies won by Paul Halik, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. Well, you've got one too, Mr. Edworth. So it's about time I won one too. I'll have to find some thieving contests to enter. Or you just set something, something with a nice ceremony at the end, all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Why are Artie Frost's awards here? Suspicious. Why is there a lift cart just sitting out here in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something or heavy. Top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I saw it in Frost's room. I must have used to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around no sweat. Or even a body. Oh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of those. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case. Now it's time. Hurry before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound. I had to go and tell our visitors were closed. Oh, and had a little something, an apology. Was there something you wanted to talk about? Yes, a few things, actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then. In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit. But why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frod's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar? Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the same decorations from one and the other by accident? She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Lucy gave me a few of these claws. They light up when you attach them to a special device. How many did she give you exactly? 4, I believe. There were 4 of them this claws in the autumn wing. I'm sure I saw another one somewhere else. I think what we found is hiding something. Oh my, is that me? Yes, it was painted by the so-called artist over there. It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it? I'm sorry, Miss Bound. I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence. Oh, I see. That's a shame. Suppose Larry's charm is something with talent if he can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. So frustrating how hard everyone is to pin down even the basic stuff is this game. I think it's her. She really is one of the only people that matches all the criteria. But they're really trying to make me think it's not her. Like, she's too connected almost. The hunt is on. The truth will come out. But I don't know what that's about. Okay, so she sings if she doesn't understand the evidence. Oh. Let's see, there are so many, it would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well then let's start the show. Come join me as we sing this song. It's a nifty, thrifty 2-hour long. One by one, we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook brings. What do you think, Mr. Edworth? Want to listen to the rest? No, that won't be necessary. The slip cart. I heard it was used 18 years ago, too. That's right, it was another room. It was in the other room earlier until I brought it out here. It's very useful for moving large, heavy objects around. But why is it wet? Was it used to carry something wet? Okay, so she doesn't have anything on this. You still haven't beaten Time Stranger? Is it because you've been playing WoW? Because I still think Time Stranger is going to be really fun to go back to for you. Like, that game's going to be really interesting, especially in comparison to the Pokemon games which you just did as well. That's the comparison I want to be making. It has a plot device that really annoys me. What kind of plot device does it have that would annoy you? Specifically, I mean. Guess we could try talking to someone else? No, not this. Hey there, Malzarino. What's with the situation on the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what's happening is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too, then. 2 incidents. This case seemed to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got the lot. Melting statue in the Winter Wing, and even the murder victim's body. How did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son. And, well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him around since the time of the incident. Gustav's son, too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared? Wait, where are the kids? What? And they were never found? Gustav's boy wasn't, not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end, though. He claimed his father's inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident. Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report, and nobody was any the wiser? Well, almost nobody. I still don't think Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. That is super weird. Oh gosh, I stand up for a second. Just give me 2 more. Here you go, Bethany. You can borrow that. She likes heating pads. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Milester. I do not. Chill, I'm just yanking your chain. He yanks my chain too much. Okay, what can I say about Jude? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 8 years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of his place. What? They threw her out? Even though she was the adopted daughter? That's so mean. Yeah, Jude wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. I mean, she was kind of part of the family, technically. Adopted is still... Oh, whatever. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in the showbiz. She retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She's finally made up enough to buy the old place back. Ooh, that's a lot. She got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangora group after they basically stole it. She's a confusing character. The game is based around time travel, which you have no control over. They made the story a dark tone, like people getting hurt or even killed. But every time something bad happens, your time travel happens to kick in on its own and takes you back to before the incident to prevent it. That's all the stuff making the story look strong and more adult and usually gets retconned. Okay, so kind of like the first Life is Strange, but without any of the morals about not messing with time. They're basically like, yeah, no, mess with time. You know what happens now. You can stop it instead of, wow, messing with time is really dangerous and not something we should be doing. We should just live in the present and enjoy what we have sort of situation. Our actions make us who we are. We can't retcon them. But they decided to retcon them. That is annoying. Gameplay is a lot of fun though. Continue to learn typings and weaknesses, and then digi-evolving too, because that's not something I'm ever familiar with. Pokemon, they just evolve one way. It's the one way. But these guys can go back and forth, and it's beneficial to go back and forth, which is very fascinating. Can't wait to see how they structure that. Which one will be super easy to do in this game? Super easy and hard in other games? Guess this place, everything to do with it was all she ever cared about, but she just wanted it back. All of it. Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangora's for herself, right? Mr. Winnow was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate in this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. It wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edger, sir. Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you. Just what kind of reputation do I have out of the precinct? Okay, looks like there's still something we can get out of Miss Scone. Oh. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Let's see. Don't think it's this. I was gonna try a bunch of stuff to see if I can figure it out. No. Okay, so far nothing I can see. Who do you can make a lamp out of rock salt? Of course you can, dear. You wouldn't want to get it wet, but it's fireproof and ever so sturdy. So you're gonna have to make for a surprisingly good murder weapon. In fact, yeah. We know the bulb in the lamp probably broke because it was used in the murder. But what happened to the other one? Okay, no, can't ask a question for that. No. Is there a piece of evidence I don't have? Already asked about the luminous cloth. Talk to you. The body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. How is the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kind of soothing. All as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago. I guess it has to be this, and then we confront Judy or confront Miss Scone. This book can contain instructions on how to create the poison gas, and the current order of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way! You mean... Afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we knew that she'd been lying to us. Okay, that was it. Present... Will you present the cookbook? Okay, that's the same. And we need to talk to Miss Scone. Yeah, okay, so she doesn't have anything there, and we can't ask her anything. I feel like there's someone else we have to talk to. There's no more logic we can do, so let's try you. No. What about Winter? Yeah, they're gonna be massively unhelpful. Great. Let's see. Also, especially in the game, you're going to want to do every side quest. Side quest raise your tamer level, which is needed for higher evolution. And to the point where some quests become locked because you can't go back for them. I'm locked out of 2 quests. Ooh, that is unfortunate. I hate being locked out of quests. It always irritates the shit out of me. It's so evil. And Judy, by the way, or not Judy, yeah, Judy, 34. So in 18 years, she was sitting at 34. Crazy that she's older than Judge Gaville and Edgeworth as well, because I think Edgeworth's supposed to be like 28 here, 29, and then Gaville is 26, because Gumshoe's 32. I think he's 5 years older than, so yeah, maybe 27. I was trying to remember how much older Gumshoe is than Phoenix and Miles, and that kind of helps. Well, actually, wait, we should be able to tell from, Larry. 26? I don't know. I don't think that's right. For them, I mean. How do I think that she's lying? Present. You were a very successful actress, Miss Bound. Why did you decide to become a gallery owner? You know, the two things don't feel all that different to me. Makes sense why she wouldn't have had gray hair. I know Gusto and Samus both ages. Yeah, they aged heavily. Well, especially Samson through all, like, the torture and interrogation. So he makes sense to have aged. But I think Judy's just lucky because I have gray hair and I've had gray hair since I was 18. So I've had a long time having some gray hairs. I think some of it's just genetics. Think about evolutions, sway, and time changer. Chargers, mega chargers, X and Y. Say I went into X and leveled a little bit. I can go back down to basic charger and swap to Y whenever I want. It's not so much grind, evolve, devolve. It's then grind again. Okay. It's kind of nice that you can swap between them as needed. That is really nice. And then they'll stay in that, like, mega form. Versus mega forms being only something that you do during certain events, which are really annoying. But like, Dynamaxing is fine. I like the Gigantamax forms. Those are really cool and awesome. They're basically a mega evolution, and I think they should combine those two because it'd be really cool to have more gigantic evolutions. I know they added more megas technically, but the gigantic evolutions are the same thing as mega evolutions in a sense. And they could really utilize all the ones that they made and just combine them. Can you tell if Edward has black hair or gray hair? It's the lighting that gets me. Yeah, it very much is like an ashier tone. I think it's supposed to be like a very ashy black. Like it's just on that side of being really black compared to gray. Movies, musicals, confectionery, sculptures, art, they're all the same, really. To invoke the emotional response, that's what all artists strive for. So is that what Lawrence is striving for too? Let's get one thing straight. Try as Larry might, a fancy name does not an artist make. So you go from Agumon to Greymon, but you end up not liking Greymon. You can send him back down to Agumon and swap into any of his champion forms instead of Greymon. It's really that they have multiple form options. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Okay. I should have the evidence somewhere. Is it the teapot? No. You already showed the picture. Didn't work. Let's see, it'll make so much more sense. Yeah, I think seeing it's gonna help a lot. Just having eyes on it. Enter photo. Sketch. Let's ask her again. How do I prove it? What about the case? No. I basically showed her everything I have, I thought. I have shown her everything I have. Because you guys said she wants to sing it. But that doesn't mean anything new to ask about. We don't need the door. Let me talk to Larry. The Digimon cannibalism? Why is there Digimon cannibalism? I don't even think there's really Pokemon cannibalism unless you get into the really offshoot games. It's something from Miss Scone that we're missing. We already asked about this. Present. And I thought I presented... Well, wait. Said it was wet. Let's examine it, maybe. We already did the stain. The stain's taken care of. Kind of liquid. You can't get it investigated. That's it. Lovely. We present... No. No, I presented everything and asked everything I could think of. Because we already did the picture. You want fast level someone you could feed other Digimons to? I don't like that. I don't like the idea of Digimon cannibalism. Really, I don't. You already showed the luminous cloth. Yeah, we already talked about this. We already talked about this. Maybe we have to look at the cookbook? No, can't look at the cookbook. We can look at the picture, but that's it. We can't even turn the picture around. They never let me. It's a great quality of life in the newer games that give you a checklist of things to show or ask about. That is really nice. PH stamp. I just wish I knew what else they wanted from me. Because none of that helps. Ooh. Like father, like son, because we both looked at it. Oh, it's so cute! That's so cute! Like the cloth, maybe? Okay, what about this, I guess? Yeah, that doesn't tell us much. It doesn't add anything new. This is about the gas. I know I'm just missing one thing to talk to somebody about. But I have no idea what that one thing could possibly be. Right, Medley? Because oh, yeah, we already talked about all this. Maybe we need to well, no, see, we're missing a piece of evidence. There's something we need to show her. But I've shown her everything I have. And there's no more logic to do. I don't think there's anything else we can get out of Larry. Maybe we need to show him some stuff? Just in case, might as well check. No. What about the luminous cloth? Let's see, it lights up like a dang Christmas tree. It's possible no one just happened to have found it, although more like scenario is somebody decided to play hide with pinball. The question is who? All the cookbook. I bet there's some humdinging recipes in there, huh? You, any of you might be interested in, perhaps? Who, me? Not that I can think of. What about you, Kay Sereno? I guess I'd like to be a genius and invisible. Oh, and able to fly. We're talking about medicines here, Kay, not miracles. Not the picture either. So the luminous cloth got a response, but nothing great. See, could you take a closer look? You might know something new. Thing is, Malzarino, I've been racking my brain about this case for 18 years now. I wouldn't hold out much hope for a Eureka moment. You, on the other hand, fresh eyes, fresh face, fresh attitude. You might spot something. I'm gonna take a stab at his, at what his coolness is saying, but no comment. Alright, I'll try not to pass the buck next time. Well, this is a waste of time. I have no idea what this game wants. I really can't figure out, because it looks like Miss Scone has something. But I've showed her all evidence that I have. My prosecutor's badge? No? She's holding out at me. What happened to the other one? And we can't ask about that. We can't ask about that. I thought I did. Maybe we have to compare the photo? Oh, we have to deduce. That's what it is. The deduction.
Eureka!
Because the cloth was blue and now it's white. Okay, can I ask you something about your sketches? That's what it is. You got it. Fascinated by the work of the great Lawrence Doman, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you everything exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth in the cart here in this room is white. Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes right by you, huh? Huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I do the sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right. It was the hiding the piece of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Well, anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. There was 2 carts! Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing? Yeah, she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. And what did she do with this second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. It's the same cart. A lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as a shy type, but it just goes to show, you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. They're one and the same! Is there really another tea set too? We better check with Miss Bound. Oh my gosh, that deduction got me. I should have checked it. I didn't even think about it. We should save only a chance too. That took forever! Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom and then we'll start questioning her about the second tea cart. Good, yeah, so crunchy.
Are you just a little angel?
No, oh, sweet girl. Oh.
Oh, were you sitting in my little spot? Were you sitting in my spot because you're an angel? Yes, you are.
You're such a sweet puppy. Oh, are you the sweetest? You're so sweet.
Are you the sweetest little girl? Thank you.
You're so pretty. Okay, I'm gonna put you down now. Melly is such a can-ham.
She is. She's like, hello, this is the Medley Show now. This is the Medley Show. Well, it's always the Medley Show. Don't you know? Don't you know it's always the Medley Show? Okay.
There you go, baby girl.
There you go, baby girl. You're so pretty.
So pretty. Okay. It's very upbeat and sweet, contrasting with her killer nature. Let's see. Are there 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yeah, look at her hide it. Yes, why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us the sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I'll use white tablecloth, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? No. Do you have any idea what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Like, act completely normal! As the news tightens. Exactly! As we're getting close, we're circling her. You see, I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. Let's see, your work? What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because of what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate, same. Well, there was a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Has she gotten better? Thanks, Miss Bao. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose it's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. Slightly melted. So, no, not great. They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it. They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. But perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. So she over-sugars, and some people salt too much. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test in the teapot. Oh, that was the next to be continued. Sick. Sacred progress, yes. Okay, so this is ladder 2 now. Judy Bound's testimony, part 1. Ooh. And that means it's just ladder 2 and ladder 3. I'm pretty certain. Yeah. And as long as I don't get stuck on something like the stupid card again, I think I'll be pretty alright. Because the puzzle here hasn't been too hard to solve. Everything's kind of like falling into place. I just didn't have the cart. Let's see, Tracy Bacon in front of the teapot. They were? Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Curse you! You better not think this means you beat me. I really need to figure out a way to set up, either by emulation or somehow with a DS. I don't know if there's a way to connect a DS to a screen. I really, really, really want to replay the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover to really get every Phoenix Wright completed, at least on stream. Because I played it myself, but again, that was like going on 10 years ago. I barely remember it. I just remember it really, 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 really fun and really difficult, especially on the Phoenix part, so I never played a Phoenix Wright game, so I didn't know how they were structured. Oh my gosh, I need to figure it out, because that would be so fun. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. It's a very fun game. I really liked it. I remember the plot being very Professor Layton. And if anyone has ever played a Professor Layton game before, that'll make a lot of sense in that statement. It's a really hard structure to describe, but I love their gameplay style, and I'm really sad that Level 5 has kind of fallen off as a publisher or as a developer, and that I've heard that they've been using certain amounts of AI, which is not great, especially since I think they're doing a lot of generative stuff. I didn't look into it too deep, because I didn't want to know right now. I can't take, my heart can't take it. But at least there's stuff from Curious Village to I think their last one was, it was Catriel, technically, which I also did play, the Millionaire or whatever it was. Not very good. Weird Leighton daughter stuff. They were trying to set up some weird lore about Leighton being missing, but they never continued it, so it doesn't really matter. It's kind of like the Andromeda of the Professor Layton series. But again, everything from Curious Village to I think it was the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover was the last thing they really did in that universe. Immaculate. You would not have a bad, if you like puzzly games, you would not have a bad time playing them. They are very fun. And I really love the overarching story. In the first game, I replayed it recently because I actually had to buy 99% alcohol swabs to try to get the corrosive edges off of my cartridges. They were so old. They still worked. I got it off. They worked. It was great. I think it took me like 11 hours. It was very short. He does not. But that's because Professor Layton and Luke and Maya and Phoenix end up together in a different location. Imagine a medieval village is where they all end up together. And that's more of like the narrative than being in a metropolitan city like this. Let's see what, but first is best. Everyone knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway. But Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. But Gavel! Oh, alright. Why don't you take care of things here for now? Oh, I'm sorry, Medley. I booped your nose. In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Yeah, we still haven't checked on him. Oh yeah, good idea. I'll be right back. Excellent. I'll see you shortly then. Mr. Winter's annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Gabil, on the other hand... Now... Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquity were found in your teapots. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's some of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I used? So you're telling the court that you did not intentionally use ubiquinum in the teapots? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poisonous gas.
Objection!
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I have thought you would be a bit more convincing of a liar. What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. Ooh, you're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I know exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to get the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquinum. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Actually, that and the fact that he triggered it himself, wouldn't it point to being a suicide attempt? Why would he do it here? Are you stupid? She's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it? You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. That very evening, I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Felicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you, but why would they steal it? They would have to know what it is, and how many people know what Infesticide Ultra is. That's true. I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Jeez, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, huh? You know you never hurt anybody for no reason, so... Not you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender. Can you blame me? You got one wing disguised as another, and a gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. Wait, he says kiddo. And he's 36. He's only 2 years older than her, and he's calling her kiddo. You have to remember the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel, which is by choice you could have added them. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Well, you practically asked me to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. I don't think she's joking. And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh! Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. And what technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's next to what happened 18 years ago, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach from a different angle and look at the past for clues instead. A turnabout in thinking, hey! So my father used this method as well. I just went through this old Thinkertron. How was Jude involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted, and his sculptures were here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't thank me, thank your pops. Now take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound! You say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creation to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. You know, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you going to ask such questions? Perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best, eh? Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall, and about why Mr. Bound decided to dedicate his space to Mr. Frost's works. Very well, if you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Yeah, wouldn't she be more interested in her adopted father's works than some... I don't know... You know, it's really interesting. It's really interesting that Artie Frost and Judy Bound have almost the same eye and hair color. Now, could be a coincidence. Could be a huge and horrible coincidence. Hard to say. Just a theory, just a thought. Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. Although crazy work for an Ace Attorney series to have, theoretically, the adopted daughter betray her adopted father that raised her 16 years for a birth father who obviously abandoned her. Like, honey, blood is really not thicker than water in this case, please. It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. The place is this expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. So I collected as many of Paul Halleck's pieces as I could from around the world. Why? Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Why? Thank you for the testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me, but why? Judge revealed that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must. Do what you must, Medley. See, but a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. As many Paul Hoods pieces as I could from around the world.
Hold it!
Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound. Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of dancing and candy and all day long. That was the idea anyway. Here I thought art was supposed to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers. Alas, Mr. Tagore transgressed against the edicts of the goddess of justice, and as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. No, Samson is! He's innocent because you did it. That awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true. He'd never hurt anybody. Mr. Tangora gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? Did they? The sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that, and I'll never get the truth. So the fact that we know that they're basically the same sculpture is the inciting incident, I believe.
Hold it!
Paul Halleck. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on the photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that. Available to recreate replicas for the Winter Wing base and the photos of the sculptures you
Hold
made.
it.
Press that. These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes, you certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth. So those sculptures of Winter Wing were just copies? I didn't get to see them before they melted. No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas, which means that Miss Brown is lying. I know it's such an awful shame, and after we went to the trouble to recreate them too, sculptures of Winter Wing weren't replicas. They were the ones from 18 years ago. Okay, interesting that they were the ones from 18 years ago. Is it because the strings were eaten? Because it didn't have... Okay. Maybe it's the one that... I'm gonna say again. Maybe it's the one in the past. But the sketch didn't work. Maybe the sketch will come in handy later. Because the sketch also shows no strings.
Objection!
Maybe it's the...
Objection!
Or the analysis. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. And these tests have no room for ambiguity. What you have on display weren't replicas. They're the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Oh, I could probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's a sugar, you see. I think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of her chemical makeup, no chance. Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for your help, but still. To put it simply, the statue didn't disappear back then because they melted. It disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years. Yeah, see, why does she care so much about Frost, but not about Samson? What? She had to pair flavored ice sculptures around somewhere all that time? It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough ice box. Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. Could I take that you mean you admit to having hidden the flavor ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those sculptures away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. Things weren't already there when they disappeared. How could I have done it with them without them noticing? Huh, how indeed. I don't know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them anyway. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get the truth. I see. But I'd better tell you exactly what I did the day 18 years ago. Hey, we got it. What I did that day. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. Before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's spot. No. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take an issue with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story? Yeah, she's stupid. I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal the statues. The question is, when did she have the opportunity to do so? If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. Okay, let's save again. This should be her testimony part 2. Yes.
Hold it!
Hold it on this. Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? I'm so close, but there's still part 3. Don't forget, there's still a part. We're only in part 2. There's still part 3. I ran straight off to change the film, so as soon as he asked me, I couldn't have had time. So changed the film and the camera, as requested by Mr. Tangora. Was this the moment Miss Bond stole the sculptures? This was the moment. This is when you stole the sculptures? But how could I have done that?
Hold it!
Again. You entered the room containing Mr. Tango's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. Samson, are you in there? The sound of the chocolate chip falling over after certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports. And Mr. Tangora was still in Mr. Gusto's room when you found the body. Yes, I'm fairly sure that that was the case. He was judging each room in order, and he liked to take his time. To the point in which he discovered Mr. Frost's body.
Hold it!
Press everything. Let's see what happens first. Just as you did today. Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included. I remember it well. We were there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little card of yours. Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange during that time? Oh yeah. Gregory was singing the praise of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold. His saucer was cold? This was the moment. That's gotta be it. Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you sure that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses? That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Because they weren't cold today! They even mentioned it wasn't cold. Miss Bound stole his ice sculpture, and she did it by hiding them there.
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches from them, because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case. Oh! Overruled! How did you get them outside? Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How could a case of that size fit in the serving cart? It would have been spotted in
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgewood. What do you suspect she used instead? I'm sure that Miss Bound used this to transport the sculptures.
Take that!
And this is the cart that Miss Bound used to beat the flavored ice sculpture out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. It would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room. Miss Scold's holding her face. I wonder why. She's a little nervous. We had originally brought it for use in the contest. You're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? I am. As you can imagine, all one would do is lay a case on its side and add a tablecloth. It'd be heavy, though. And it looks exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculpture around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course. That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Jeez, how could you? Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it. You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room. Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Ezra correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice Zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. If the winter wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's roof from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, Zodiac Block must have been in the victim's room back then as well. They must finish moving those 2 ice sculptures and these 2 zodiac blocks out. Took 2 fresh enemy faces out of Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures have been kept in glass cases. You see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. And it would have been easy to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figured if I melt them down somehow, the glowing puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the winter ring today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed, and I think she's offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it. That's all I have to tell you. Well, the statute of limitations has gotten up, unfortunately. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How'd you figure that out? Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. Yes, statutes for dummies! I should remember the various statute limitations outlined in this book. Statutes of what? Simply put, K. Prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Take a closer look, shall we? I don't think, at least in America, 15 years from the date of the crime, I don't think you can put a statute of limitations on murder. Yeah, theft 7 years. Oh. Yeah, okay, theft makes sense, but for murder, I don't think there's a statute of limitations on murder. Yes, Miss Mound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago, so it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. That is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for a crime. Writing her revelation entirely pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Objection!
Oh, Medleyworth. I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that appeared 18 years after the theft to be considerably of more interest. Are you suggesting that I hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed, and if she had a big enough cooler for the ice sculpture, she'd have a big enough cooler for Mr. Frost. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? By hiding it in a very unusual way. Oh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body was been all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? Not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Baum was told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well, if you are confident in this claim, let us put this to the test. Tell me where Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
Take that!
A photograph of Mr. Frost's works? And the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Is this wrong? Where exactly is Mr. Frost's body in this photo? It's right here.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture? Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but this is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. Oh! Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim. That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? Or to manfully present what was used to conceal the body. It was a cloth, obviously. One of the claws from the autumn wing? Yes, when it made it glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Well, yes, dear, but you can make it look just about anything, really. Even blazing fire. And that right shade of blue would make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like that, in fact. It's not the case that you certainly special devices needed to generate these colors, though? Do you care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor? The device is right there. You'll notice there is a small box at the bottom of the Gemini display case. I couldn't even hide the box. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside of the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used, creating the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was, in fact, a statue carved from ice. No! That can't be! Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing, yes, we were standing right in front of the body? Ooh! But the body and the cloth are both recovered from the fountain. How would they be found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture? Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the set. Ridiculous! I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart. The same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. Well, I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. Frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered, and then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth, but can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect you to accept your accusation without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? You think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. Larry! In contradiction to the piece of evidence I was provided, will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course! I have a piece of evidence, a very compelling proof here, right now. Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
Take that!
He is a troublemaker, and you know what they say, when something smells, it's the butts, and it has been true in 5 games. 5! One whole hand of games. More drawings? Is that me? Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. But when I'm interested in the cart, as you see here, Miss Bound's serving cart, what about it? You don't see it. She's using the same tricks she used 18 years ago. Sad day indeed. I'm so sorry to hear it's a sad day, and that it's indeed a sad day. But why is it a sad day? Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? And then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error when he assured me that it couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of cloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. Cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath it. What? But the shape of the car is perfectly rectangular. This is what one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body. Not the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those in the lift cart and it easily passed muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree? Goddess of justice! Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago. I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone really isn't enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry about on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butt's artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more, which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. Without a serving cart, you had to find someplace to put your chocolates. My chocolates? The ones I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart, but the chocolate you gave us came from your pockets. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on. That's why. The Little Fight creators, the White Knight Chronicles, made a post saying they were completely against piracy, which makes sense, but their statement specifically said they will legally take action against anyone caught modifying their content, which includes people trying to make an online repair for White Knight Chronicles. Which I'm sure is also another reason they've probably taken out as many of the ROMs of Phoenix Wright as they, or not Phoenix, as Professor Layton as they could. Because that's currently, besides owning a DS and having the original DS copies, is the only way to play any Professor Layton game. They are not on any sort of Nintendo eShop that I've seen. Because the Nintendo shop doesn't even have DS games. I think they go all the way up to, GameCube and that's it. They have not tried to port any of their DS games, even though DS almost is as old as GameCube. So it literally would be the next set of consoles besides Wii to get onto the Nintendo eShop. And it's so frustrating because I know it's going to be really hard to get some of these games up there because of the DS qualities. But like, dog, figure it out, please! It means White Knight Chronicles Ninja is being shut down. Yeah. Level 5 getting really litigious was not on my bingo card, and it's incredibly sad. Because again, how could you play it? They haven't released like a Professor Layton deluxe, deluxe like collection edition, and there's a lot of Professor Layton games. Like at least 3 for the original trilogy, and then the 4th for the last Spectre, and then 3 for the next trilogy. So that's 7 right there, plus Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright, plus the Catriel, which technically is on Switch, but still, that's like 9 games that I can think of off the top of my head. That they just, well, 8 that they just don't have available on Switch at all that you can play. It's so irritating. Oh. Thanks, Medley. One moment, please. You have explained what Mistbound did with the chocolates and the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, if stashing chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Mistbound had the time to dispose of its entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Mistbound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Oh, Medley. Where exactly is the tablecloth Mistbound used to hide the body? Let's save. In the fountain. Not in this room. In the fountain on Mistbound's person. Not in this room. I believe that the tablecloth is not in this room. Not in this room? Could you be more specific, perhaps? No, not yet. Okay, so that was wrong. It's her apron! Remember when she wrapped the tablecloth around her waist for getting out of work? It's her apron. Interesting. I think we can prove to be a vital clue. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's her apron. I was like, it was either that or the fountain, which were the last 2 options. I just had to see. Mistbound has the tablecloth on her person. And in plain view, in fact. In plain view? No, surely you don't mean. Mistbound? It's the tablecloth around your waist, isn't it? Oh! Even if the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with ice. Okay, no, it's not Judy. It can't be Judy. Well, Judy tried to kill Gusto. But I think the original killer must have been Gusto himself. He's the only person we haven't talked to. I think the 18 years ago killer was Gusto. But now it's Judy for the poison. She had tried to kill him because of what she did to Samson. Maybe she learned the truth? I don't know. She's definitely complicit in some way. But it's so suspicious. Gusto was taken out by gas, and then Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to him. So he's the only person we really haven't investigated. All we need to do is confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Mistbound. It's time to come clean. You don't need to test the tablecloth. I believe her in this. It's 2 people. Everything you said is true. I still delicious infesticide ultra. And I moved Mr. Frost's body. Not a single tear. It was me. It was all me. But she didn't kill Frost. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week, I went into your bag and I took it. And then, I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do it himself. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy! Oh gosh. But Jude, why? Weren't you supposed to be on the same side? Fighting together to free Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to get myself in at the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but why do it this way, though? It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in this IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures, and I sold them for purely selfish reasons. When Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. Again, my brain is so rotted. This part of the song, this like piano part, it has almost like the same scaling in my head as the song in Silent Hill 2, right? That like up and down sound, just at like maybe a different octave or a different key. But it sounds the exact same methodology that they would do. But what I actually had done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. It does! It sounds like the Silent Hill 2 song! Especially the way it kind of like drops and then they start it up again. They do a bit of music and then it hits and then they do that like ascending, descending. Right? It sounds the exact same. Like it's the exact same. They just like changed it a little bit for that one part, but it sounds the exact same in terms of like structure. Let's see, because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posed as one of the sculptures? She didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures? Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody. Never. Alright, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. It's her fault. After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and Judes. After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired, so I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right. It seems I misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has been for Mr. Tangora's sake. Hey, what do you think about Mr. Edgeworth? Something that's been puzzling me. I don't think she'd go to prison, right? Well, she would go to prison for, almost killing what's-his-face. But the statute of limitation of everything else is up. And I guess she had made not premeditated murder, but it didn't go through yet, so, like, the thought of premeditated murder. Something's been puzzling. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? Why disguise the Autumn as the Winter Wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind. To confuse Gusto, the real killer. When she's trying to prove that Mr. Tangora is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangora cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew where the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly. Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. So in the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all Winter Wingy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? And whoever opened the Pisces case had so carefully disguised the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No! But that would mean the real killer was... Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you were saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make? Miss found out a trap for Mr. Frost's killer. Meaning whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? Ooh, what do they want me to do here? Interesting. I'm gonna go make the accusation and see what happens. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Unless someone stops me. Yes, Judge Gaville, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who's to blame for the IS-7 incident.
Take that!
Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack and the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incidents? Gusty? Mr. Gusto, Miss Bound, as we've established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the fact thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth, just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. But of course, I have nothing to hide anymore, so I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. But before he opened, I made sure that the door to the autumn wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms, and found that the autumn wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving the victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. How? Dude, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always right. I'm always here for you, right? You could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've always been very kind to me all these years. I'm the one who created the mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy, Judy, Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might try to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible. I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you down. Fender, this can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. Whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name. So I've been trying to figure out how this case is going to connect to the next few cases, as we're so far in this one. There's only one section left. We're basically done. Meaning, what new elements could be introduced at this point? And the only thing I have in my brain about how these two cases are going to connect is this. This photo is my biggest connective piece. It's such an interesting thing to have. And it's very telling about not only the relationship between Samson, or not Gusto and Artie Frost here, but the kids. And the fact that the kids went missing and only one of them has kind of resurfaced a little bit, it's gonna be about them. That is my hardest call intuition, just because it's the only thing that's not being covered. These plots are very good about covering everything. I mean, we've covered a lot of these pieces already. At most, it'd be stuff like maybe the statute of limitations. And then the handprint, the frame finger marks. And then I'm not sure what else we really did cover besides the original IS-7 incident case file. And then maybe the salt lamp. Anything from the past, truly. But this photograph. The two, I mean, maybe if we confront Gusto, it'll come up again. But I think it's the kids. The kids are the most important part. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking ending. To be continued. Yes! To be continued. This is it. We're on the last part. The committee's view. Oh, the committee. Okay, we're gonna get into the committee a little bit. Interesting. April 2, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did to prove Mr. Tangora's innocence. The next case will... Okay, the mysterious committee that we've heard so much about over the last couple cases. That was only introduced in the second case. It's so devious, so ominous feeling. It's about time we get some answers on them. Therefore, if the real culprit is really someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. There it is. She's gonna stop us. There's no suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of it should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Objection!
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gaville. Ooh. So since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts. Our issues in the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor. That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is the fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. Oh, got her! There really is something of a Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth. How so exactly? By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's not bending the truth, that's the truth, bitch. Perhaps it's time you understood how I know. The committee sees this case. I don't really care how the committee sees this case, they can get rocked. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even so, Mr. Carter only managed to have Mr. Kanagora convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the I-7 incident was Miss Bound. She was 16. The poisoning of Mr. Good today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. This is how the committee sees things, is it? But you're one person on the committee, not the whole committee. It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order. Sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. If I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangora or Miss Bound. Well, I can't really save Miss Bound, can I? She still committed a crime. But I guess she didn't murder anyone. She attempted to murder somebody. It's a close distinction. An incredibly close distinction. Alright, I'm gonna run the restroom, and then we're gonna blast apart the committee's view on all this. Alright, Medley May. Oh! I have to stand up every once in a while, too. I'm so clicky. Oh, Medley. Okay, you can be comfy there, girl. Puppy, okay, you're gonna have to move. I'm so sorry. Baby girl, please. Oh, I feel so bad. She's so tired. And she just wants to be left alone. I'm sorry I got up, baby girl. I'm so sorry. You know how it is, though. When you have to go, right? That's why you go on my floor all the time. That's why I have to start pee on the ground, isn't it? Because you have to pee on the floor. Okay. Bradley, come here. Come on, come back. Look, let me get that all set up for you. Oh, she's so tender. She's so tender. Oh, there you go. Okay. Wait, do you want, this one's nice and flat. Okay. There you go. There, a nice Reaper-based pillow for my girl. My girl only deserves the absolute best, and then the best is Harbinger. Obviously. There you go. Okay, girl. Let's see. committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the Mr. Frost autopsy report. And still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangor convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident was Miss Bound.
Hold it!
Let's press on that. Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangor and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together? Why not? You could even imagine that they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangor could have been the one to commit the crime act itself, but Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? The thought that we could ever kill Mr. Frost! You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising it might be considered as speculation? Miss Bound has freely confessed all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well, let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present. I'm hoping to get an ottoman for this area, because I think that would help my back if I could put my legs up more, like, and kind of recline back more. I think I do need another shot. I think. But I think that would help with, like, my spine and everything, too. Although I will say, I have a pillow here now to, like, just kind of, like, keep my legs more relaxed, so I have something to lay on. And it's really nice just to be able to drop my controller and it's right there. Like, oh, that's so nice. Look at that, that's so convenient. Oh man, why did I do this earlier? Let's see, why would Mr. Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gustav for the murder? But not because he's suspected of being the real culprit. He may have entered when he thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him, a trap that nearly worked.
Objection!
So willing to protect a killer are these prosecutors here. Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gustav remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there's little we can do for now. On the contrary, there's plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Well, let me spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack. Really now? All the evidence you need? In the matter of the IS-7 incident, the body and a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. And as for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing. Whoa, that doesn't sound good. Don't worry, Miles Arito. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth and Company. Ugh. Your Honor, I greatly appreciate we could just stay focused on the matter at hand. Of course. Now, where was I? Oh, they've determined they don't need to investigate the case further? That sounds really lazy for a job. Like, dog, this is literally your whole job. Investigate!
Hold it!
Really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to the investigation. Left to investigate? Not at all. I was the normal Whitebeard judge. Right? I mean, hey, she is really hot. Don't get me wrong. It is nice to see other judges, but sometimes it's nice to see a friendly face, or at least a familiar face. Our dumb judge is like, you know, he's near and dear to my heart. It'll be interesting to see what judge we get in the Apollo Justice games. Because so far we've had the Canadian judge, then we've had this judge, and the Whitebeard judge. So that's like 3. I think we're gonna get another one. I think it's better than Mr. Ball Justice when he's in his prime. Hey man, the man knows how to hit his stride and hand down very fair judgments, even if he is a little loony. He can handle it, he can hack it. See, all the items have been examined at length, and there's nothing more to learn from them. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant mystery about— Stop! We're in cross-examination here. Relax. Alright, I'm sure there's nothing that still needs— I'm sure there's something that still needs to be examined. Hammer's about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. I can make this. Make my life easier. Well, not easier, but yeah, that's why I need— That's why I need to get an ottoman. Then I can put this pillow here and have more support. That's just what I don't know what else I need to do. I've been trying to do exercises, but it hasn't helped. And it's so frustrating because I don't know what else I could be doing. I really hope this doesn't come to a surgery, because what if the surgery happens and that doesn't work? I'm losing my mind here. Let's see, assuming that really is what's left, then this isn't over. Not yet, not by a long shot. Because I went somewhere recently where I had to sit for like 2 hours for an event, and oh my god, I couldn't do it. I had to stand up eventually and like stretch out my back. I don't want to have it be a point where I just can't sit for long periods of time because my back hurts. I can't do it. I need to fix this somehow. And I need to do whatever I can to fix it. See, there's still one thing we don't have an answer to. It's up to the point pointed out to Judge Gaville. Even though back problems sometimes sitting too long can be a big problem. Yeah, it can. But I'm so active in my job and in my daily life that this time when I do sit, or the times when I do sit, like heck, sometimes I have to sit to assist at work. And it's so hard to lean over. My shoulder hurts because I'm leaning over, like holding the suction. And my back hurts because I'm on, you know, the patient's left side and the doctor's on the patient's right side. So literally the 2 points, my lower left and my upper right, are literally the only spots that get on that axis that get absolutely tilted. And it's so hard to sit because my back just hurts. And I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what else I can do. I mean, I stretch, I try to stretch it out, I try to roll it out, I try to do whatever I can, and it drives me nuts because I don't know what else I can be doing. I got a new heating pad because mine broke. I use ice packs. Heat and ice has not worked. I have tried it for hours. And it's so frustrating not to have those answers. I got an MRI, and the doctor couldn't find anything besides my bulge disc on the MRI, but my bulge disc was up here and my pain is down here. It's 2 separate areas. Like, hey, they might be connected, but 2 separate areas. And I just don't know what else I can be doing. Oh, let's see. What kind of evidence do we have? Let's see. I personally have come to believe the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident was misbound. I feel like the statute of limitations would come into effect here. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for the fraud. She wouldn't need to do that because of... She wouldn't need to do that because of the statute of limitations. I think I got it. I think I figured it out. Wait.
Objection!
Damn it! I thought I was so close. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the I-7 incident and the poison gas attack. Plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame for the Mr. Frost murder. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident was misfound. Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. No details missing due to the body going. No autopsy report due to the body going missing. What does he say? This isn't over yet, not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to, and it's up to me to point it out to Judge Gaville. Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangora convicted as an accomplice. December 24th, 18 years ago, weapon, rock salt lamp, prosecutor Manfred Von Karma, defense attorney Gregory Edgeworth. Organizer of the confectionery contest, victim bodies were found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangora discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Convicted as accomplice based on his confession. I like her name, but I do too. I think hers is one of the better ones. I didn't like Tabby Lloyd. That was really stupid. But Judge Gaville is really great. That one's solid. Also known as Paul Halik, under which name he was a renowned sculptor in France, contestant in the confectionery contest, 5 days later in Tangora's room, held to death with blood loss following a blow to the head. Okay. Statute of limitations, theft 7 years from the date of the crime, separate in time implies with regards to claims for damages. Murder 15 years from the date of the crime. Statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice indictment in the end of their trial. To the end of the trial. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. The fact that they had to mention accomplice.
Objection!
No, okay, wait. Maybe I'm hounding too much on the statute of limitations currently. Maybe it's not the point. Because I guess they're saying we need to answer something. Maybe why would she do it? What's the point? If she is the accomplice, what's the point? The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's op report. Let's see, let's read it. You said that Mr. Von Karma falsified the report, then why don't you reinvestigate the case? Because the goddess of justice is never wrong. Her verdict remains true despite Mr. Von Karma's manipulation. No! If it was falsified, that means the goddess of justice got it wrong, you dumb bitch! By blatant evidence tampering, thank you! Are you sure Press's goddess is into that? Almost makes you think the committee might have a reason for not wanting to look into again. Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the goddess of justice has already spoken. God, she's so bought. She's so bought. Is that right?
Hold it!
I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangora's fate in the end. A confession that's secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict itself. Samson Tangora confessed to the initial investigation officer, one Detective Ian Seidman. Where is this Detective Ian? Okay, that's another person, another name that's been dropped a couple times that we don't see. The 2 kids and Ian. So that's 3 people that we have information on, but have not seen in game. Official records state that it was his interrogation that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is the goddess of justice has already spoken. Unbelievable, she won't just budge at all. Are these committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they're a prosecutor's worst nightmare. Like internal investigation for cops. Let's see, so kind of like how the police are to a great thief, huh? No, like internal investigation is to cops. Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though.
Objection!
Okay, I wanted to try, just in case, with the said accomplice and the 2 connected. Okay, so I feel like it's not statute of limitations right now. Chocolates, no. Lift cart, no. Family photo? Get some visitors for other daily up to the semifinal. Could it be the photo? It wouldn't be the blowtorch. So you just prefer a possible... maybe the blowtorch? I don't want to rule it out. I guess you'd have to assume that Gustav would be the one to use the blowtorch on the sculpture? I don't think it's this. The fingerprints? Finger marks left by someone in Tangora's room. No accompanying prints.
Objection!
Dang it. Okay, I was hoping maybe... I feel like we have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the the poison gas attack.
Objection!
Just want to see. No. I should have gone back further. We'll see. We'll see. That could be fine. No, okay, that's wrong. They're trying to lead me to the point they want me to be at. Oh, that's fine. Therefore, the committee, therefore determined that there is no need to investigate either case any further. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poisoning. I think it's gotta be, is it the chocolate? Sugar and composition match the sugar found in the pale blue liquid in Artie Frost's room 18 years ago. Sugar detected in fountain water also seems to be a match. No. Chocolate. It's all about the chocolate! And apparently some of the chocolate isn't very good. It's too sweet. Everyone keeps complaining that it's too sweet. And I'm complaining that I'm going crazy here. Again, I think it's gotta be this one. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poison gas. Like, do you though? Do you? I can't tell. I think not. It's comments in red. Is it because I don't have the autopsy report? And the chocolate Pete. We'll do this. I'm gonna do the IS-7.
Objection!
Ah! It could be the salt lamp. It's always this one thing.
Objection!
It's always this one thing. Oh. That was the wrong one. That's okay. I thought it's so annoying too. Because that one goes back to the second location, which we don't need to be that far back. This one's fine. So there's a piece of evidence that hasn't been examined or looked over, at least from what I'm understanding, that doesn't explain the IS-7 incident or maybe the gas attack. It's one of those two. Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Gordon.
Hold it!
Oh, okay. We haven't checked out that one. Through it. Even so, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Gordon convicted as an accomplice.
Hold it! Objection! Hold it!
I keep pressing again.
Objection! Hold it!
I'm gonna choose to refresh. There's plenty we can do. We still have not grasped the situation. Have you? Why don't I just spell it out for you?
Hold it!
Do you have all the evidence? Let's try that again. All the evidence you need. In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body and a murder weapon, 2 suspects, confession, enough evidence to see that yourselves will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing. Okay, maybe it's not this point. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Goose today was her attempt to frame him for the Mr. Frost's murder. And I already tried the statute of limitations on this. I really have no idea what they want me to do here. This gets to be another point where it's like, oh, everything up to this point was fine. But then, if we go back to his little conversation, this isn't over yet, not by a long shot. There is still one thing we don't have an answer to. And it's up to me to point it out to Judge Gaville. What do we not have an answer to? Let's think about that first. We have an answer to the statues, and to the lights, and to the luminous cloth, and that's the body. So that piece of evidence is marked off. And I think the gallery pamphlet too, because that kind of explains what we're supposed to do here, which was to confuse people. Like, everyone's supposed to go to the Winter Wing, but someone who knows the original Winter Wing and the location of Taurus and Gemini in the first place would know it would be the last door, not the third door. So the killer would go to the third door and not the, or fourth door and not the third door. The chocolates we have an answer for. It's because she had them on the little ice sculpture and then put them in her pocket. She had nowhere else to go. As well as the lift cart. Those two have answers. So those two are irrelevant. As well as the Winter Wing photo and gallery pamphlet. That's 4 pieces of evidence irrelevant. Luminous Cloth, I think, is also irrelevant. That one I'm a bit more iffy about. He is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tankor convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is misfound. Let's save. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. I guess why would she need to frame him for murder? What would be the point? She could just let things lie. She didn't need to frame him for murder. She could have just disposed of the body another way. Let me read these a little bit more. Maybe that's where I'm getting tripped up. Book explaining the statute of limitations on various crimes. Made by balance, slightly melted after being kept in her pocket. Used by Frost to transport ice 18 years ago. The top of the platform was wet. Photo of Frost, Gusto, and their sons. Gusto's son visited his father daily up until the semi-final. Is that it? The visiting daily? Where'd the son go? A photo of the murder weapon from the IS-7 incident. The salt light was stained with Mr. Frost's blood. I love the analysis conducted on the melted content of the Gemini case. It's either gotta be the photo. Let's try the photo.
Objection!
It's not the photo, damn it!
Objection!
And it's not the handprint. I think we knew that. It's very suspicious to have a handprint there. Dang, yeah, I'm not actually sure what they want me to do here. This is one of the ones where I get stuck. Load. I'm just not seeing the answer. The Ace Attorney shit is hard. Professor Layton stuff isn't this bad. Ace Attorney stuff is difficult. Because they're really, like, Professor Layton's puzzles are a lot more encapsulated. This one is like, you have one right answer and that is it. You therefore determined that there is no need to investigate the case any further. Right? I feel like that's... I am so missing something. Let's see. It's gonna be something so stupid, too.
Objection!
Is it the blood on...
Objection!
It was a stupid Gemini report on the blood. That's so irritating. Whatever, man. Hey, we got it. Whatever, though. That's so annoying. Afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? Their test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wing. As you can see, traceable blood were detected. The question is, whose? I guess that's the answer we need to figure out. Who's the blood? I thought they were testing that, though! To that question's answer, I hardly can claim to have all the evidence. Yeah. There's one of the Gemini case? Did you not know that? Are you not getting reports? Why did I hear about this from Eustace? Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winter about it myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now? Despite having no jurisdiction whatsoever? Mark my words, the committee will hear about all that you have done here today. As ever, my interest in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. You must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, you must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace. That idiot? Oh. Guess who's back, losers? With good news, too. He's alive! It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive. Gusto! He made it! How is his quality now with his little dragon tat? You're the ones who found me? Yes, long time to see, Gusto. You're the attorney's assistant. You're grown. Also, I forgot I hated his music a lot. And you have an assistant of your own now, too. Assistant? No, I'm... He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't have been able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. See, it's him! It's him! It's so him! What are you talking about?
Oh, gee! You just have to be a little bit taller than Medley, don't you? Don't you, baby girl? Oh, you need the bath so badly. You get so clean up. Yes, you do. Good Gina. I'll make you an appointment next week. Don't worry. It's so nice.
We figured it out quite a bit while you were out cold. Excluding the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost. Oh, look at him sweat! What? Is that true? Miss Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer.
Oh, you're so sweet. I'm sorry, Jenny. You lay on Medley. You're so sweet. Good girl.
A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of the fact, could you tell us in your own words what happened back then? Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent. Oh, it's not that. Gusto here's a fan of the old meditation, you know? Om and all that jazz. Sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent. Except there's no sleeping mode in meditation, Kay. Hey, Gusto, old pal, how will you snap out of it and tell us what went down back then? I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer. Is that your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here! Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto. And there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong. Yes. Mr. Edward and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Especially that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed. At least somebody here seems to be on my side. Yeah, the wrong people. Judge Verity Gavale, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I keep hearing Gusto. Yeah, it's Gusto. Gusto! Like the rat guy. Like Ratatouille. Like my man Gusto. That's him. I will assist you in any way that you may require. Perhaps you can begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth. Fine. I want to see his final creation. I want to see how crap it is. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
Objection!
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gaville? You're hoping Mr. Goose will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record? I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except that it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their own advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you. We'll see about that. What do you advise, Judge Gaville? It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poisonous gas. Specifically, by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share with us why? You know, it's interesting that the judge is so biased. Because isn't the whole point of a judge is to be unbiased? I guess that, again, dark side of the law sort of thing. But man, getting her position as a prosecutor, or as a judge, and being so bad at it is really sad. Although I did learn something recently. So, you ever hear of a judge and a Your Honor? Specifically, someone who is a Your Honor, someone who would address as an honor, is someone who has passed the bar. You can be a judge and not have passed the bar, but if you're to be an honorable judge, that means you've passed the bar. That's the distinction. I can't see. So she is also a judge, probably a prosecutor for a while, but she must have moved up the ranks pretty quick. I guess because she's willing to play ball with the committee. I came to see Frost's sculptures and like, Medley, no. I made a mistake opening the Times and arrived a half hour early. Misbound. Was there no one in the reception desk at the time? I left the main entrance unguarded and locked just in case the killer made an appearance. I was so busy making preparations elsewhere all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all of the wings were unlocked up tight. All except the autumn wing, that is. I see. You did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing. Which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. And then locked the door because we couldn't open it. Sneaking into a building is pretty suspicious however you slice it. Yeah, Miss Great Beef. Silence in the courtroom. You mean the fountain room. I'll permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying. The courtroom! You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gustav, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. I want to see Mr. Frost works up close. Bullshit. So enter the Gemini. Sorry, guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. He switched them, didn't he? He switched them. He said he went up to the Gemini statue, which if he had gone into the right area, would have been the Pisces statue. No, he switched. I think I'm right. He switched them. And I saw the lid was frozen so tight, so I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. Why? When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. This is where flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. No, he switched it. Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind. I'm not too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something. It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I am not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing. She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. Killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Miss Brown is far from blameless in this affair. She'll have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Mr. Frost on me. But I have no reason to kill him. And I have no evidence to prove otherwise. Can you really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Gustav fell victim to the poison gas, that much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but then what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do. You're right. We may have no evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gustav killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He may not have a motive, but can that really be true? Gustav insists that he had no reason to kill Mr. Frost, but did he has one? Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Mr. Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? Do I? How could he possibly say that there is any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, we're getting a lot of logic now, they could have very well been the motive behind the murder. Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks. Were you the one wearing gloves? No. Miss Scone denied the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he wanted to make it look as though the ultimate cookbook... As though the ultimate cookbook for himself? Oh, he wanted to take a look at it. Okay, yeah. I cannot read, my gosh! It's because I've been up since 7 a.m. I had to go to work today, and I've been having, I'm gonna have a few more shifts the next few weeks. I'm gonna be even more tired because some employment changes happen at my place of work. So I work Saturday now, and I think I'm gonna have to go on Friday next week. There's 2 doctors that day, and they're definitely gonna need the assistance in terms of me just coming in to help. So we'll have to see. I think that's what's gonna have to happen, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't confirmed it with anybody yet. But it's been a long couple weeks now, or it's gonna be a long couple weeks, right, Medley May? So he asked me to go into a new cartridge. I'm gonna have to work so much, Medley May. So many hours, Medley. I want to be away from you from so many hours. I don't like that. I don't like being away from Medley for so many hours. She's too precious. See, she's too precious. Too precious. It's because you're so little. I'm gonna lay you back. There you go. Good sausage. No, Jaina. So he asked me to put on a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than he expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. What does that mean? But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. And the absence of evidence is the only way to the truth. He took pictures of the photos. He took pictures of the cookbook. He took pictures of the cookbook! Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. What if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangora's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime. So much better than stealing it and just getting chased by the cops. A sneaky snapshot or 20, eh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had had? Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? After the contest began, because the body's been frozen so long, it'd be impossible to tell time of death after 18 years. There's literally nothing that, maybe if it had been immediately after, they could have done it, but it's been frozen, so there's nothing they can do about time of death. The only person capable of entering the locked room was Tangora, possessing as he did the only key. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangora's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear. I couldn't help myself. When I finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Mr. Chillywin's room for a little taste, too. Mr. Frost had kept to himself at his room after the contest had been started, but he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of the afternoon tea. I think murderer's motive and cooperation ended. That'd be a pretty good motive. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Huh? So you knew my little secrets. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct? What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up through the semi-finals. Something changed after that. What? We both want to show that we could do. Show that we were better than Tangora.
Objection!
But you're only better together. You're not better individually, which he was. Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made by Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. And those flavors would have therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Which lines up perfectly with Gusto told me that he held Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate to help Mr. Gusto in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return? I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis for your motive for murder. He snapped it! That's not how it was! Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly. You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kind of hard to imagine, but okay. Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Gora's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed a man while Tagora was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? So you see, it couldn't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. There must have been a window of time Mr. Tagora wasn't in his room. And if I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. Afternoon tea. Got it. We can't be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of the afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clearer. The truth will soon become to light at last. Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead. Oh, is it mind games time again? Mind chest! We haven't done mind chest in hours. I think the last time was on Larry. It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you. What is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world.
Objection!
If that were the case, then you surely wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Mind chest. Chess. 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. Oh, he has 4? Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago that got his father killed. In a sense, the truth that got his father killed. Mr. Gusto was inspired to collaborate with Mr. Frost. We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with the sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills? You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to take the most perfect creations possible, that's all. What, you couldn't do that on your own? I suppose all your lies... that didn't work. Okay, never mind. I thought you'd fall asleep. No! Oh, that was brutal. Frost and I were at the same grade school, so we got along pretty well too. Oh, so you were just friends who happened to try after the title of World's Greatest Confectioner? By my time? I'm so covered, so if you've got nothing to say. Oh, okay, so that's when you. I see, that's when you ask questions. I got you. I had it reversed. Wake up. Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Fine. It was me. I wanted the title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. I see. And since your objective dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps. If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Put me down too hard, and I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait. We better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make this escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. Let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning and fast. You want more than just the title? You twitched your eyes and something rather than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. That was insulting the way of the confectioner? My goal, my only goal, was to win the title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Look. My sense of design has not been up to snuff back then. You should see me now. Oh, so you've improved? You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Zhangfa for nothing. Other than Tangora, you know, spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds like Mr. Tangora's work was especially influential in your early studies. With his recipe, you might have even become the best someday. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. So you're interested in the book too? You claim that your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the Ultimate Cookbook. The greatest collection of recipes of the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. And even if I did you not know that it was a pharmaceutical book? What exactly was so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. Supposedly. Feels like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip through my own grasp now. I should do the same plan and keep the pressure on. Let's just find out why he wanted the cookbook. Did you know what the cookbook was really worth? Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangora's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations? What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there, but it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that. You know more than you're letting on. Medley, is that your toy? Come here! No, bring your toy! Oh, come on, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. Then you know what kind of recipe it actually contains, don't you? And they weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook, to make it to give it a proper title. It's a collection of the chemical formulas and ways to study new medicines nobody's ever heard of. So you did know the cookbook would actually contain recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. You already saw this. Time to play the clue. So you know what was actually in there. Designs may have improved thanks to your training in Zhangfa. You really didn't do enough work on your skills for deception. You already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Here I'm making your interest in gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You needed There it is. You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You know a professional interest in revolutionary new medicines. The son died. The son got sick and died. Which suggests that your interest must have been personal. I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in the book. It was for my son. He was sick. There it is. He was. Tell me more. That's none of your business. I already told you as much as you needed to know. He looks rattled. But I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. I mean, I've just about gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. You are your son. Tell me a little bit more about your son. He was my pride and joy, and my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him? Because you don't have children of your own, any father would have done the same. I have done anything to help him. Anything. He would come to see me here at the contest venue, too, right up until the semi-final. Really? He didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to beat Samson Tangora, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child. Well, yeah, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to be the first to try my creations. I'm so oh, okay. Dang it, that was it. Tell me more about your son. Bide my time. So he wasn't too sick to join you? You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and he was able to come and join you for the contest? It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening anyway. Feels like it could be an important clue. What's the name of your son's condition? You tell me about the name of your disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more? But it wasn't life-threatening, was it? You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but it doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. I see, that must have been why... It must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was. That's why I did everything I could to find a cure. What kind of condition could it have been? We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything. Not even his favorite desserts. So the reverse of the salt thing? Do you have a taste disorder? As I understand it, the ultimate cook contains the recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tagore used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too. Two, you say? Your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct? How did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But was that really the case? Of course it was. What are you saying? Then I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Okay. So you need the cookbook to cure your son? Yes. Nowadays, you can get the medicine he needed anywhere. But back then, the book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work. What about Mr. Tangora's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to steal a glance at it. And what did you think I had the energy or time to care about what others had made? I think you made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangora's work. More, if you were to determine to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries. I've had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rivals' work, you know? But each time I did... wait. But each time I did, nothing seems to have any flavor. He had the disease too! Must have been nerves or something. Nothing in Mr. Gusto tastes any flavor? Seems like it could be an important clue. Wasn't life-threatening. He had the illness. He had the, it's genetic. You have a taste disorder. You were sick yourself, weren't you? Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know, after all, you just told me you experienced something like that during the contest. Is that nothing you sampled had any flavor? Those are your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. Oh, we're so close. A confectioner without a sense of taste. Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking to cure, Mr. Gusto? Had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in the contest. Made all my own entries, no problem. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own. He keeps exploding his sugar. I want to see what he makes. You would have us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. You abandoned the principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. All so you could cure your own taste disorder. Selfish. You got me there, prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. He had his son come in to taste his confections so that he could make the right mixture. I've kept him for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew. Couldn't you get it tasted? Couldn't you get it fixed? Said you can lie to others, but you cannot lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. The medication that would cure Mr. Gusto's distorter and the money it would bring for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe... Couldn't they share? But why did they fall out? That doesn't explain why they fell out, though. And where the kids went. I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true, 18 years ago, I developed Agesia? What's Agesia? It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. Basically the post-COVID symptoms. Literally everyone here is just post-COVID. A confectioner's worst nightmare. Mr. Fender, is that what Mr. Tangoras had as well? No, the big man had what they call a dissociated taste disorder. Basically some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too, eh? Couldn't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it out on the market, which is why you needed Mr. Tangora's cookbook. So you admit now that was the real reason you entered the contest. It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done, and I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good, even good enough to win. Oh, so you went to the final thinking you stood a chance of winning. Of course. What was that Fender said about what Mr. Tangora thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Mr. Gusto were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. You were told that your entry for the final was far from prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Did his son disappear? Fine. I'm going to talk, I'll talk. But you're not going to like what I have to say. My entry for the final. Frost and I were working together right up and through the final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangora on the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. If I didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked the training. That's all there was to it. Happy now? There don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in your testimony. Yep, not that I thought he'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you push him a little bit, Malzarino? See if you can't shake something loose. I think I might just do that, Fender. Oh, I thought Medley was still here. Let me save. Since we have a fresh bar of deductions here. Okay, now I'm gonna run the rest really quick, and then we're gonna get him. We're gonna nail his ass. I think we're close. We might have a few testimonies left, but we're on him. This is it. We're at his ass. Oh, excuse me. What? Oh! I was gonna say, why do puppies abandon me? Oh, Mr. Fenners, I didn't see you there. I'm so sorry. His foot was underneath the blanket and I stepped on it. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know. Shh. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't see your foot. You were so hidden. You were so hidden. You were so hidden, Mr. Kitty. I know. Come on. Okay. Oh, there you go, Mr. Kitty. Let's see. But I wanted to face Tangora in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with the entry, but mine I did alone.
Hold it!
So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all, but he helped you up until the end, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest, no? Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reasons too, I don't know. If he's lying, it's going to be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless the gizmo of yours is a built-in lie detector, okay? If it did, I'd have stolen the show from Mr. Edwards long before now. Don't worry, Fender, I can tell when he's lying. No Dookie's assistance is required. Please, Mr. Crusoe, continue your testimony. Ace Attorney and the best character. I know, right? We finally get our best boy here.
Hold it!
Ross was in charge of designing the work you both submitted while you handled the taste. Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman, and a sense of design was second to none. But he was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We did for each other what the other couldn't. He is so handsome. I can see why him and Phoenix made a really good couple. They're both just so hot, and they work so well together, and they're always like thinking about each other. They're literally on each other's minds all the time. They are a couple, and I will hear no argument to the contrary. No objections, no hold-its, no take-thats. They are a couple, and that's all I can see. And boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics, not even from the simple stuff. Okay! How do you like me now? Better! The national symbol of Zhangfa. Oh yeah, it's a phoenix. That's awesome. I'll say, pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. That's all my training. I've dedicated my whole life to my craft. Back then, we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands till the final.
Hold it!
You were serious about winning the title then. Of course. The other confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I have wanted to be crowned the greatest? But I still have a lot to learn back then. Guess there's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch. But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook too. And you wanted the book even more than you wanted the title. Isn't that right, Mr. Gusto?
Overruled.
Yes. Mr. Edward, you are a badgering witness who is so suffering from the effects of today's attack. I can allow this harassment to continue. I understand, Your Honor, but... Ignore him, Mr. Gusto. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's questions. But please, do continue your testimony in your own time. Mr. Fenner's just hairs in his own time. Ugh. Let's save again. But I want to face Tangora on my own in the final. No help, just me and my own skills.
Hold it!
Let's try this. And yet I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly in their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It was as simple as that. But Mr. Far's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight? I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. Then perhaps I should ask him about something else. Ask about the semi-final. Ask about Mr. Frost. Ask about the semi-final. Nothing changed between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto? Not really. The only difference between the semi-final and the final was that Mr. Frost wasn't helping me. So you really completed your own final entry without Mr. Frost's help. I may not have had his design, Selena, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor. The visuals are the only thing that changed between the semi-final and the final. No, they were not. You sure, Gusty, old boy? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. It wasn't just the looks that got a big thumbs down come judgment time. Got trashed on flavor, too. Doesn't sound much like a winner to me. If I was confident, Mr. Gusto failed on flavor, too. Lack of Mr. Frost's system shouldn't have affected that. There was some other difference. An 18-year-old mystery. And the key to unraveling is finally my grasp. I just need to remember everything Mr. Fender told me about what he and my father discovered. It's the sun. But do I have that evidence somewhere besides the book? Where else would that evidence come into play? think it's the picture. Because nothing else really says that the kids were disappeared.
Objection!
Yeah! I think I could think of one significant difference between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you through the semifinal. He was. What of it? What indeed? He was here with you until the semifinal, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father. He was playing a much more pivotal role than that. Hey, got him. I just want him to see me hard at work. To show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows? Maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds. Bye, Mr. Kitty. He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dead to me. Oh, no, Mona. Indeed, thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. So we already know Emma Sky is gonna come back as a, I want to say, ace forensic detective, ace forensic officer. She's gonna be a forensics investigator. She's gonna be really strong at it. And we know Maya comes back because Maya's related to Phoenix. But it really makes me wonder if Kay comes back. She's very Edgeworth related. They work together super heavily. And we kind of already saw the Yatagarasu stuff. So she's here as more of a Maya addition. There hasn't really been anything related to her, because again, the Yatagarasu stuff was more or less solved before, so her entire storyline is, I don't want to say null and void, but it was like the Misty Faye stuff where they started that in the first game, and that went all the way to the third game in terms of the Misty Faye murder. We didn't really have that for Maya, so I wonder how that's going to come into play. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. surprised himself with the flavor of his creations, but he lost a sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standard after such a devastating loss. Unless, I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on. But that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor, but why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father to taste the creations? Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no? What are you implying? You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. Medley. I'll admit, you're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed agesia. Aguasia? No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creation tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't here just to support you. He was helping by tasting your work. Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I'd trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then. Did you now? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. I think I'd risk anything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? Your child? This is more speculation, that's all it is. In that case, I asked to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate. Did you hear my son is no longer my concern? What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhengfa to start my training. And cut off all ties with the kid for good. Your son? What? You abandoned your own child? And that ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is even now. Cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. So, still think you can prove your asinine theory? Child neglect and child abuse and maybe child support for the last 18-something years? Yeah, I can prove that. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son? Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusteau's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat. Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now, proof or otherwise. Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something! If we don't, the truth might be lost forever! Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get a tester right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Sometimes it's immediate, sometimes it takes all game. Here's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is. Hey, Miles. Sorry to cut in on your mind palace time, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check up on a body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? We might Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence. Kind of idle chatter, defense. Now if you... Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I'm sorry to keep you waiting! Speak of the devil. That's our boy! He always comes in clutch! I take you have the test results, Detective? Yes, sir! The lab just got back to me! Detective, please, court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was speaking of? What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't you tell me about any of this? This isn't the evidence you in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out. What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be one in charge here! Mr. Winner, Mr. Whiner. Sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, alright. I like how there's just the flimsiest excuse for Edgeworth to be a defense attorney in that he's an assistant attorney at Edgeworth and Company. That's so funny. The sheerest veil of legitimacy. So, Detective Gumshoe, what do the test rules have to tell? You're not gonna believe this, but you know where the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is? Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? He's always cutting himself. Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of the blood in this case? So the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. Now that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body, which is what the chocolate melted for. It wasn't Frost's blood, it was his. Overruled. Unless they already tested it, I can't remember. Why were there traces of your blood there, of all places, Mr. Gusto? If you wouldn't answer her on, Mr. Gusto, then I will. It wasn't just blood and liquid from the Gemini case. There was traces of salt and sugar, too. There were? Do you remember one particular part that Mr. Frostwork was allegedly very salty indeed? Oh yeah. You're talking about what the Licia told us back then, right? What was it again? Did they ever? I never tried ices so scrumptious in my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit? It's in the other photo you got there. Yes, that bit. The harpy thing. The liar. Gemini's liar. Yes, the liar, and only the liar, tasted that it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. And perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth, where did the salt and liar come from?
Take that!
That's not right. Could it be poison ingredients? Or is it the salt lamp?
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7. It's the salt lamp? Really? Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave us the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangoro's room at the time of the crime. One of them used to kill Mr. Frost, and it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangoro's room, right? Because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate that had chocolate with that on it into the little stream. My goodness. Some of these sentence structures are terrible. Furthermore, aside from the lyre, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room were both broken. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but we were thinking maybe it was Gusto's blood on it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of those lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. The killer proceeded to hide the blood somehow, in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Are you seriously suggesting that the lyre was used to do just that? I am. I expect the bloody salt was somehow applied to the lyre so that it could be hidden inside the case. Why not just rinse it off? In a sink, down the drain. An actual drain. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. So he waited and waited for a chance to dispose of the lyre undetected. Then, the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. Of course, this, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both would resurface one day. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Cousteau, are you finally ready to admit it? Are you the one responsible for the IS-7 incident? Mr. Cousteau, it's all because of that Samson. No, there we. I feel like we still have a little bit more evidence. Cousteau. So I finally got caught, huh? After all these years. Really? Got caught. Wasn't this just part 1? See, it still says part 1. I don't think so. Nobody came close back then. Not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. Hats off to you. You admit it then, that you're the murderer of Artie Frost. Sure I do. Because of the statute of limitations. I did it, I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. You're supposed to help each other so that Wait a minute! He can be prosecuted! I forgot! Murder! 15 years from the date of the crime, the statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. And where exactly did our boy go right after the contest? Shangfa. And where has he been since? Shangfa. Oh, we got him. We got him! Everyone is supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed its true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And can you prove that, I suppose? Oh, so Frost betrayed him. Wait, you were planning to betray me right from the very start, weren't you? Can't you just let him have the one recipe to cure himself? What an asshole. And this is so not cool for Frost. He literally just had to give him one recipe. Count him one, and this would have been over. He wouldn't have had to die. This all would have just fell perfectly into place. He just needed one recipe. Like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it's like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything for that to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand. You're right. I don't understand. You take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder and abandoning your child? And that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things? A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why. So you just abandoned your son no matter what? Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son? How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. What an asshole. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is either. And you don't care? You're horrible! So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? Yeah, I found another way to getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I tried to skip after tea and snuck into the Tangora's room. And he's just admitting all this, not really what sexual limitation means. Could've been easy. All I had to do was take a photograph of the formulas I needed and get out there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, hmm? Tut tut tut. Frost! What's this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner can't taste anything. Oh, people say. If you tell anybody, All Frost had to do was leave it alone. You'll what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm. Why, you... Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him, knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it. So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt. It was all over. I realized I had to get rid of the blood somehow, so I scraped off the bloody bits, dissolved the salt shade into some flavored ice mixture, and brushed it all over the harp. Why? What a waste. Just dump it. There's a drain somewhere. Go to the bathroom and dump it in the toilet. Who gives a shit? And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. Again, scrape off the shavings, dump them in the toilet, flush it. No one's gonna know. Why is he stupid? Frost wanted to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. Because then the harp wouldn't have been a problem. It could have just been irrelevance. So you decided to hand it them. That's such extra work, scraping off the shavings and brushing it. Why are you brushing anything? Why are you making a salt-flavored mixture? Again, there's a bathroom somewhere. Find it. Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think? So that was the impetus behind all of it. Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part in the toilet. Just flush it down the fucking toilet. What are you doing? Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools laying about the place, I guess. You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy. Why the harp? Why? But why, Samson? Why did you have to frame him? I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamp and cloths back in Scone's room? There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant, and that's to cast suspicion on that person. What? You tried to frame me, Gusty Pants? Yeah. But why? Why poor old me? I respected Tangora. He was the best, a true champion. A true Fenris. I would never wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did. Oh, Gusty, how could you? And had you refrained from eating Tangora's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. I didn't have to wait until Tangora was judging your room. That's when I snuck the corpse into Frost's room and froze it. But thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it. I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all? Why indeed? Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze the Frost body? All of these work? Obscure time of death? Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangora's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up taking the whole ship to collapse. I still don't get it, though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, you need to disguise it at least until it's fully frozen. How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder. Ironically, Tangora would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got to his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't have even been arrested, let alone convicted. You mean, it was my fault, everything that happened to Samson? It was all because I found the body! Don't let me get you inside your head, Jude. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job, either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished, so that Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangora under arrest in the absence of a body? I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen on wrapping things up. Still, you think he'd notice something as big as if, what he'd taken a look at a few reports, maybe. Not a thing I've been deliberately sorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But I mean that would have spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangora regardless. Can this really be true? Yeah, take that, committee. I don't feel bad at all. Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones, girly, sticks and stones. What a jerk. I ought to arrest you right now, pal. You can. Afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective. You know what's crazy? This bitch is so dumb. She doesn't know. She gave me the book, Statutations for Dummies, and she doesn't even know it. So you know what to say. Glad somebody did. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me. What? Why? You just confessed. No idea, huh? But I guess I better lay it out for you. I got him. I don't even need to see the rest. Why you can't arrest me? Killed Frost 15 years ago. Statute of limitations for murder in this country ran out 15 years ago. No. I'm gonna skip all this. Shh. We got it. No, all of this is just fluff. And finally, the police never had Mr. Frost's body in the possession. Even if we can't arrest him still, surely Mr. Tangora has grounds for retrial in that basis. Does he? I would be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. The committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what. Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. There must be something I can do, something to bring Mr. Gusto down. I got it. Okay, all of that's just fluff. We don't need it. Because we can save. Good thing I read all the information. Part 2. Now, theoretically...
Objection!
No, that should work! Ah! We need to press. That's so stupid. It should work. It should work. I should just be able to open the book. It's like, you went to Zhangfa. You went to Zhangfa right after, right? That was your like, location.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. That would be good. Although I had got nothing to hide. Just need to ask it. Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. Not long after the concert, I was able to secure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Zhangfa to fully buckle down and hold my crap. That's been a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then. Could be. Let's see. Around a year after the murder, so that's 1 year. That was before Tangora's last day in court. Going to Zhangfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor design, it's the full package. Oh, that is nice.
Objection!
And all the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. That's an omelet with a few eggs, huh? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor, nothing. You're evil. Sticks and stones, girly. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters. His training in Zhangfa. I'd like you to tell us about your training in Zhangfa, if you don't mind. Fine.
Hold it!
How long were you in Zhangfa? Zhangfa? And you were there for a while, I imagine? Yeah, I left sometime after the investigation had wrapped up. I've been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while, and thanks to the hard work I put in. So we got a dog, a phoenix, or wolf, a phoenix. Dragon Ball, much better. My designs are now world class. Whoa, that's amazing. An actual dragon. You like it, it's yours. Really, alright. We spent some time in Zhangfa for training.
Hold it!
Mere action for the last 18 years. Statue man. Oh, okay. That was wrong.
Objection!
Okay, skip all that. We just saw it. Tangora's final day in court. Do you mind telling us a bit more about Mr. Tangora's final day in court? Fine. I didn't stick around for his final court appearance. He fled the country. You weren't summoned as a witness at any point for the prosecution or the defense. I had more important things to do than worry about some court case. I was busy getting ready to go and become the best. Gregory and me searched high and low for the guy. Seems like he didn't want to be found. Sounds like he played his cards right and managed to avoid setting foot in court.
Objection!
No, that should work! Ah! It's the book! to save again.
Hold it!
Never say never, Mr. Gusto. Nothing is impossible. Really, come on, give it up. Your father couldn't catch you. What makes you think you can? Would have solved the whole case if you hadn't been for Mr. Von Karma obstructing him at every turn. Now, the statute of limitations is threatening to enter the truth of this case forever. But listen, Mr. Edward, you can't go. Not now. We're doing this for your dad, so we have to see it through to the end. Okay. He was right there for the taking.
Objection!
Okay, it's not there. It's on one of these.
Objection!
No, it should work! Ugh, okay, whatever. Let me try pressing on more stuff. It's gotta work.
Hold it!
That was the only reason? Because you knew the statute expired? What else would I do? Why would anybody? Not that I plan on ever coming out of course. And what was that? Because I'm finally the world's greatest confectioner. And petty stuff this only gets in the way of me and my craft. So you're more concerned about you and your rep than the fact that Sanson's still rotting in jail? I've seen some pieces of work in my time, but you're just flat out unforgivable. Who cares about forgiveness? I did what I did. I don't need you to understand any of it. Alright, Miles, it's official. Uncle Eddie's mad, and that doesn't happen often. You're not the only one. Don't worry. We're not getting away with this. Not if I can help it. Mr. Gusto is nowhere near your opponent. He's gone 18 years without his crimes being exposed.
Hold it!
Passive shine doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto. It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you. We can arrest you real good. I could have you in cuffs before you could even blink, pal. The issue isn't open to and shut as you're making it to be, detective. You can't touch me. It's too late for that. I've pressed on everything. I know it's gotta be the statute of limitations. But in what way? Statute of limitations is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice indictment to the end of their trial. Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. I don't know what that means off the top of my head. Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. I killed Frost 18 years ago. As for Tangora, I didn't stick around for his final court appearance. Statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You did the math, you can't arrest me. You think I'd have confessed otherwise. I think it has to do... It's not the statute of limitations. It's gonna be related to the statute of limitations. But now I think it's gotta be the IS-7 incident case file. Because statute of limitation expires 3 years ago on December 24th. That piece of information is gonna be very specific.
Hold it! Hold it!
Okay, we can't do this. We've already pressed that.
Hold it! Objection!
We may have to ask the other question. He's training in Jane Fa.
it!
Became the best in the world. Then he makes the dragon.
Objection!
There it is! It is the statute of limitations, but it's on the Zhang Fa part! Statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. Statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means the time you spent abroad doesn't count toward the total time under the statute. No way! It sounds like someone hit pause while he was in Zhang Fa? It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet, but that will depend on how long you stayed in Zhang Fa, Mr. Gusteau. It was 3 years exactly. 3 years, hold on. Nobody said anything, nobody say anything until I've done the math. The murder happened 18 years back. Statute is 15 years, add the 3-year overseas, 15 years plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way! Mr. Edgeworth, you did it! My statute has expired after all! Okay, he's upset. Bingo, 18 years exactly! Glad you worked it out for yourselves. He's just stinging us along this whole time. Why is he laughing at us? We're good, aren't we? You can arrest him now. I hate to break it to you, little sis, but I had someone down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. No. There's another statute. That's why they gave it to us. The status is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. So it went on for a year, right? Maybe? But it's been a year and 4 months since Frost's murder, but it's been only 4 months since the indictment. Well, maybe not. I don't know. User stays in Zhang Fa really lasted 3 years on the nose. It's not enough. We're short a few months. Not enough? But I tell you can't touch me. I hate to admit it, but he's read the board well when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. It was because of... Oh, it's because when the statute had been done. Yeah, I got you. Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed. No! There must be something I can do. I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Goose to justice, then... Dudes, what are you thinking?
Objection!
We gotta use the case file. There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here, far from it, because that's still a way we can nail him. There is? Alright, Miles-Lena, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. You just overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about, which is, he wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't even know what the final verdict that came down that day was. Which means there's still one way left for us, because the accomplice. Crack open your status for dummies there and take another look. 7 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we can make good use of the verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done. Fender, are you? Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. This is my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon for this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, that's gonna be up to you. Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of the hard-fought trial, so should I raise an objection and play the card? Raise an objection, obviously. It's the end. My father, Mr. Von Karma, one sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I chose to follow, the one that seeks to reveal the truth, no matter how difficult. This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto had been found not guilty in all counts.
Objection!
Your Honor, Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to be unpunished. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? I do. Got it.
Take that!
Very well. Case overview. Take a look at the case overview, Your Honor. I am sure we are all very familiar with the particulars of this case by now, Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth, and I fail to see how they have any relevance to the statute of limitations. Ah, damn it! Suspect data. It's gotta be suspect data then. I like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangoro was convicted as an accomplice. I took around 1 year for his indictment for the verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case.
book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is the statute is suspended to special flees the country, and another states that the statute is suspended from the time that any accomplice is indicted to the end of their trial. What? Tangoro was convicted as an accomplice? Yep. Guess you were in Zhangfa when the verdict came down. Sam was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangoro wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, you know. Oh, we know it. That's what I've been trying to prove all along. And in pleasing to his fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. You spent 3 years in Zhangfa, and your accomplice Samson Tangoro is on trial for 1 year. It means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, statute of limitation hasn't expired at all. The goddess judgment is infallible, we got him. But that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have not have any choice but to instigate a full inquiry. No, how could this be? 18 years. It's a long time for somebody else to suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Cousteau. And not a moment too soon. And sue the prosecutor's office, obviously, for their wrongful conviction. You gotta sue them for millions. But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything, even my son. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. He's got nothing. That's it. There's no evidence left. What a weird way to get upset. Makes a clone of himself out of sugar and then kills it. Mr. Gusteau is all set for a trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so. Judes, I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusteau to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bond. But those actions were born of a legal mistake that were all made those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return on behalf of the prosecution. Oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for all of it. Starting with those sculptures. Hey Judes, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newborn anymore, and there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Aww! I'd be honored! Thank you, Mr. Fender. How sweet. She's a would-be killer, but she technically didn't go through with it because it didn't work, but still. Would-be killer. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now. Of course. Hey, she had 18 years being an actress. Judge Gaville, why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but we've proven that wasn't true. Surely everyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. I am under no obligation to answer such a question, and you clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back to your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course! Ooh, exciting! Now, I must be on my way. What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything. Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! Yes. Why did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job. My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winter. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person. I don't get it. I wouldn't expect you to understand, not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner. That's going way over my head. I'm going home. What's that all about? Yusa still has a lot to learn, is all. So did Mr. Edgeworth, but thanks to a certain spiky-haired gentleman, he was able to grow. The growth! Milesy Wilesy! Yes? I just want to say old Greggy Peglet would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That and thank you for helping poor Sammy Pool. Of course. Yeah, gee. Looks like you cleared everything up, huh?
So, what happens exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go? Wow, you really were paying attention, were you? You know, we only used Little Thief once at the intro. We never even got to see, what's his face? Gosh, he was just here. Gusto's room. We saw every other room except his. Though I'm willing to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that. Quit it with that glaring, will you? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you. You totally were. You're just like your pop. He's a terrible liar, too. He was? Listen, I'm gonna head out. I need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You wanna come with? Yes, of course. Great, then I'm coming too. God, 59-year-old Samson, I think it was. So what's Mr. Tangora like? I can't wait to finally meet him. Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is still a thing for prisoners and guards alike. Really, that sounds awesome. You think he'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Oh, that was Tangora's cake? Couldn't they have been some of Mr. Tangora's baked goods? And Gumshoe said they were good. Gummy, what are you doing here? I heard you were all coming to see Mr. Tangora, so I volunteered to escort him. And they even aged him. He still looks good, though. He looks great. Hello, my friends. I am Samson Tangora. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday. It's very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him, and I made a false confession, and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangora. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me. Sure did. And now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth. The truth. Judy did all that for me? Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy. I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangora. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years after all. You think so? I guess I better show him! Which piece of evidence? It's the chocolates! I know it. These chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet. Miss Spawn continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be something waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy. This is a really sweet one, even though it's kind of long. I do like the back and forth between Edgeworth and his dad. And then it's like the parent and child dynamics. Because there's Edgeworth and his dad, and there's kind of like Edgeworth, dad, and Eddie in like an older brother sort of way. And then there's Samson and Judy. And then the bad dads. We didn't really see much with Frost and his son. But obviously with Gusto and abandoning his child, terrible father. I bet they're super beyond sweet then, aren't they? Such an interesting case. Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority to stop him anyway. I go, Gregory wanted to give them, and Edgeworth is like, well, that's against policy, Gumshoe. I can't have that. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. Seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson, just a little while longer. We should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather, thank you, truly. Samson. Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I like the dark side of the law bit where this is someone who's been in prison, wrongfully accused for 18 years because the prosecution didn't want to do their job. Such a good narrative. This one's great. I better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. Yeah, I just have an incident. It's been 18 years since, but this case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. I like how we get to finish the last case the dad had, too. I like how we get to do so many, like, start and end cases for people. It's so nice. Hey, Miles, thanks for today. I'm sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me. Huh? What are you guys talking about? You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use this false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, I can see that. But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrong conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will. Wait a minute. Does that mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free? Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. Law's far from perfect. Because of things like legal contradictions, right? Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Miles Areno included, am I right? The potential for growth and change in people in the law, huh? So, Miles? Are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor? Or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer! Oh my gosh, a big decision. I think I know what he's gonna pick, of course. But oh my gosh, the fact that he even has to think about it and consider it is crazy. I know, well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. No, Edgeworth is a prosecutor. He's always gonna be a prosecutor. He's just a more conscious prosecutor. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I need big time, and I always repay my debts. But for now... Thanks again for today. I mean it. That means there's only 2 cases left. We did it. Oh, we're so close. You kind of seem in a hurry to get out of here to you. He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever did was dream of becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of a prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. He can become a really good defense attorney if he wanted to. He always has that as a backup option. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. Oh, he's got a little picture of Greg on his desk and everything. It's so cute. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy, Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Oh, it's the little picture! In front of the fountain and everything. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you try to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's to hoping... Ah! The little picture! Your boy will be joining me in that soon. It's so cute! The little pictures! Okay, I didn't like Fender when I started because he was kind of abrasive, but I get why he was abrasive and his character has really grown on me since. What is the right answer? What path do I choose? I'm sorry, Edgeworth. You have to make the decision yourself. Oh, but it's so adorable. I think it's going to culminate so well in the 4th and 5th cases here. It's really going to make Edgeworth's story so well-rounded and amazing. Oh, gosh. That's so cool. And it's now its turnabout Forsaken. So we're for... It's the son! The Forsaken son! Gusto's son! Because he was for... Oh, it's going to be about him. It's going to be about him so hard. But I need to go. I've been up since 7. I want to go lay down. Thank you all so much for being here. I will see you tomorrow. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you so much.